Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting in 7 minutes exactly. It's in 6 minutes, actually. So can I request the colleagues that are still getting coffee to get settled? We're going to be starting 10 o'clock Cape Town time, 10 a.m. You have only 6 minutes to order your last-minute Valentine's flowers. You only have 6 minutes. So let's get the flowers out of the way and the coffees. We're going to be starting at exactly 10 a.m. Thank you very much.
Check, check, 1, 2. Okay, no, I can give you more, Tahir. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. How's that, Tahir? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time is exactly 10 a.m. As we had promised, we said we're going to start at 10 because we also have other stakeholders that are joining us online, and we know that they are working in between other things. I hope technology doesn't fail me today, but anyway. Hello, Cape Town. Hello, Cape Town. And that includes those that are getting flowers and those that are not getting flowers. Today, it's Valentine's Day, and we just thought let's bring the love tour to Cape Town. And would like to welcome each and every one of you for joining us this morning, and also welcome those that are joining us virtually from different parts of the country, and we hope in other parts of the world as well. And just so that we get, the show rolling, we would also like to welcome you to the Food and Beverages Manufacturing Seta Capacity Building Workshop 2020. I'm excited to see some familiar face that I saw at the AGM. And the gentleman over there, I'm going to ask him to wave. He was at the AGM, so I remember him from there. Welcome, sir, welcome. Just so we just get some few acknowledgements out of the way, we'd like to welcome all the board members of the Food and Beverages Manufacturing Seta that are joining us virtually, as well as all the Seta valuable stakeholders joining us physically and virtually, which is you, everyone in this room, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Magugu Mapiwa, and other senior managers and managers joining virtually, and they're also based in Johannesburg, our internal and external auditors, and all the men and women back in Johannesburg running the ship and chasing the deadlines that we hope that everyone in this room has met and everyone in this room has adhered to. And I would also like to let you know who's joining us today. I've got a lot of co-pilots in Ms. Nokuthula Slamulela, the Chief Executive Officer of Food Bev Seta. She's going to stand up and wave. That is Ms. Nokuthula Slamulela. Somebody was asking, is the CEO coming? I said, yes, Adele, that is the CEO. Right. Mr. Snayam Giti, he's a Senior Manager for Learning Programs and Strategic Projects, and I'm going to request that we please put our phones on silent, Mr. Mgiti. Ms. Heidi Forba, she's Manager for Learning Programs and Strategic Projects. That is a lady you really do want to get to know today. And Ms. Numisa Kumalo, who's Manager for Learning Programs as well, there she is. Ms. Lisanda Mgushelo, and today she's Manager for Research and Planning. Bongiwe Adora, unfortunately, was not able to join us today, but we're joined by Adele van Brekkel, who's going to help us with training today, as well as Raymond Ramaru and Nozibo Ngosoklishe, who's not in absentia today, but she's here. Raymond is not here, unfortunately, and Ms. Caroline Gamete, who's helping us with making sure that we run this day smoothly. Our theme that we've been sending out in all the different parts, my apologies. My name is Makatseng Mukume, because I've said hi to a whole lot of you, so I'm just thinking now we know each other. My name is Makatseng Mukume, and I will be your program director for the day, and I'm also stakeholder relations manager or senior manager for stakeholder relations at the Food and Beverages Seta. Just going back to the theme for today, we're talking about expanding access to quality skills development programs in the era of the fourth industrial revolution for the Food and Beverages Manufacturing Seta. That is the theme for the day, and I think the theme that we're driving with actually for the whole year at Food Bev Seta. The purpose of the workshop is very simple. It's very, very simple. We would like to increase visibility, as a Seta in the different parts and the different markets where a lot of our stakeholders are spread out. And the Western Cape is a strategic market for Food Bev Seta, and a market that we are passionately working to grow and to make sure that it gets access to the services that the Seta has to offer. And I think over and above that, we really want to strengthen our relationships with all of our stakeholders. Like I said earlier, the Western Cape is the leading province from what we do at Food Bev Seta's perspective. So everyone that's in this room, you just know that you contribute largely to what we do at the Food Bev Seta, and you make the difference that we would like to drive as a Seta. That is what we do. So just a quick one from a social media perspective. We encourage you to follow us on our social media platforms, because what we find is a lot of our stakeholders will find the information on these social media platforms where they get to read more about who we are and programs and whatever that's available as well. So the hashtag for these workshops is FBS 2020 workshops. Please tell everyone else where you are. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, as well as LinkedIn and YouTube, where this event is also being streamed live, both on Facebook as well as YouTube. So you see, we're embracing the spirit of 4IR, just so that we make sure that we reach a whole lot of our stakeholders as well. So on that note, I am going to request that Ms. Nokuthula Slamulela come through so that we can observe protocol, and then she can open today's proceedings officially. Thank you very much. Ms. Nokuthula. And there's also on your desks, on your tables, I think there's also login details to the Wi-Fi here at the hotel. I'm not sure if you all have them. You do? Okay, thank you. You don't. Okay, so can I ask you, the Wi-Fi is Western Conference when you're looking on your computers or on your devices, and you just look for Food Bev, and then the password is Seta 2022. All right, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani Molweni. Hi, Cape Town. Oh yeah, now at least there are people in the room. I thought maybe I was talking to myself. My name is Nokuthula Slamulela, for those who are only meeting me for the first time today. By maybe show of hands, how many people are here for the first time? Who are the new people joining us? Oh, perfect, a good size. So thank you, welcome. Welcome to those who are coming to join us for the first time today. And welcome to our veterans. I know that I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, and I'm excited about that, and also excited about the fact the new people that are joining us for the first time. And the next 2 days are going to be very beneficial to all of you, whether you're joining us for the first time or you've been with us before. So I urge that you stay with us the long haul and take whatever it is that we are going to impart in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the experience, in terms of the skills that we'll be sharing with you today. I've got a new team. So the team that you've been accustomed to, or you've seen before, or you've spoken to before, have probably either gone to other places, maybe seen greener pastures. I don't know whether they are greener pastures than us, because I think we're the best. Or they've just decided to do different things. However, the new team that's here is coming with a breath of fresh air, because they're coming with new innovative ways of doing things. So it's quite important, whether you've been with us before or it's your first time you're here, that you pay attention to the workshop that you're going to have. As we said, today is a workshop. We've taken time to leave Joburg to come to a beautiful Cape Town so that we can capacitate you for the next 2 days over different topics that are going to be between today and tomorrow. So do not think that, oh, I've been here today and I've dealt about with, oh, I've been trained on discretionary grants and mandatory grants. Tomorrow we're dealing with partnerships, moderation, due diligence, and other topics that are quite exciting as well. So I urge that you stay the 2 days that is allocated, and I understand that you are all busy people, but you have taken time out to come and join us in these capacitation workshops. There's a reason we do these workshops, and one of the reasons for us to make you understand the different ways of doing things. There's always an improvement in our processes. You might think you know them, and then only to find that you make very minor mistakes that can impact or affect your approval of grants. So the team that's going to join me today in capacitating you will tell you exactly what those are, what we're requiring from you, or how to do things and how we're doing things differently. As you know, we're changing, the world of work is changing, as I'll be talking to it right now, in terms of the theme that we talking to today, which is about 4IR and how we can support the industry or the sector in terms of the fourth industrial revolution. So with that, I'm not sure whether I did say my name is Dr. Slamlela, I'm the CEO of BEVERAGES Seta. I will just talk to you on a very high level in terms of the topic at hand, which is the theme about 4IR and skills development. We've had different industrial innovations or changes, starting from I4IR, or what do you call it? It was I1IR, I would imagine, back in the days, to 4IR now, where we're more on technology and how technology is changing the world of work, especially in the manufacturing industry. For those who are joining us for the first time, we are food and beverages manufacturing Seta. We are in the secondary sector of the value chain. The value chain starts from the inputs, which is your agricultural sector. Then we're in the middle, which is the secondary sector. Agriculture is your primary sector. And then the third one is your wholesale and retail, where they're selling the goods that we process and produce. So the difference between us and others, like your CAT Seta, is that we are focused on the manufacturing side of things versus the catering, where it's the end. We are not typically your hospitality or catering sector, or Seta in this case, but we are more on the manufacturing side. And I'm emphasizing manufacturing because we seldom get people get confused by where we fit into the value chain. And they come to us wanting to talk about chefs and caterers and other skills that we don't necessarily concentrate on or focus on. Our focus is on the machinery way of doing things. So you will learn more about who we are as we go along. I will have Lysanda, who is a capable researcher, to tell you more about the skills that we actually need in the sector to mitigate the risk of what the changing world of work that is brought through by 4IR is. So, as you would know, 4IR has really disrupted our world. We have seen the disruptions in the past 2 years that were probably unexpected with the COVID-19 pandemic, where it came and made us change how we do things. Normally, we would have had these workshops physically, fully, but now we have a hybrid system. We've had sometimes fully virtual engagement with our stakeholders. The reason we decided to do a hybrid system is because, yes, just like machines, you still need to interact with them. You still need to have somebody who will work with that machine and either maintain its operations, or do whatever it is that they do to the machine. So with us as well, we thought it's quite important to bring in that human touch. We haven't seen you guys in 2 years, and we thought it's quite important that we come to Cape Town and interact with you on a physical basis. Obviously, with COVID-19 protocols being observed, that's why we have a bigger room and try to spread you guys across so that we still keep the safe distance that the government is asking for. But with that, so you can see how the world is changing. Even the world of work, the machine world is changing. The manufacturing world is changing. We're moving more towards the digital factories, and there are skills that you will require to have for you to adapt and also conform to the changing world of work. So it's 4IR is obviously characterized by different machines that are connecting, different systems rather, that are connecting people and machines. And because of that, we need to really understand what skills are required and how BEVERAGES Seta will then support those who are here and those who are joining us online and those who are in the sector work with the changing world. So there are different skills that we need, Some are current, some are going to be extinct in the next few years, and some will be new to our world. So as we continue talking to you, you will understand that as a training provider or as an SDF, you probably need to capacitate yourself and get better qualifications. We are busy with developing qualifications currently that are very industrial related or technological related. And it's important for you to understand which are those skills that we require now. So without really overlapping the point, our focus in the near future is that we are hoping that as we do our research and receiving our WSPs, which are workplace skills plans, or your pivotal plans, we were going to see a slight change in these required skills from the industry. Because for now, we're still seeing the same skills that we've been seeing in the past 5 years. But as you know, things are changing. You can see now we've got hybrid cars, and they're increasing over time. The machinery world is also changing. The manufacturing world is also changing. So we need to move with the times as well. And in us moving with the times, we have put a lot of research into what is it or what skills are required by the sector. How then do we do that? What have we seen, and what have we seen in terms of the changes that have been brought up by this disruption, and how are we then assisting you as our stakeholders and our employers with funding that is geared towards this? A lot of our funding goes towards learnerships, different types of learnerships. Some of them are still very traditional in nature, and we can see smaller but gradual change in terms of the required learnerships from the sector. A lot of our money is 97% of our funding goes towards learnership. Some of it goes towards artisanal development, and some we are funding bursaries. We do have other learning programs that we fund, but we've seen that there's a lot of take-up, especially in learnerships, whether it's employed or unemployed, and what type of programs are there that we are funding. In your artisanal development, we fund a lot of millwrights. In our research, we've seen that there is a shortage of millwright technicians, your fitters and turners, your electricians, and our focus is to try and capacitate those, so we put a lot of funding towards that. And learnerships, there's different types of learnerships. There's good manufacturing practices that are still somehow traditional, but we're hoping that with time things will move towards a digitalized world of manufacturing, production technology, and other technological requirements. And then from bursaries point of view, we still see food technologies, biochemistries, your biotechnologists, and different types of interventions that our employers and unemployed are asking for. As Seta, we are also funding a GIPS program, which is your International Executive and Management Development Program. And with that, we are exposing people to the global world of work and how things are done differently from South Africa. So we find a lot of these interventions that are geared towards assisting you move towards a better, I think I moved too fast. And then we did this model for you to understand that this is what the world is looking like. We had an opportunity to go to both Russia and China, where we went to a factory which was fully automated. And the only people that were there who were the maintainers of these machines, so probably your technicians. But the entire value chain, the entire machine was very digitalized. It was just amazing. And they were saying, because of all the issues that come with food safety, food contamination, they are moving more towards a clean factory, which is very digitalized. So there are different skills that are required, and I'm not going to talk to each and every one of them. I think they are being cited. I'm hoping the people who are online can see the screen as well. But as you can see, these are the skills that are required in the future, and you need to take and just look at them and think about how then you, as an employer or as a training provider, are going to ensure that you are accredited to provide this training, or your people in your factories are being trained on this, because this is what we require. You can see the entire system is very digitalized. You need cloud computing services, you need big data. We're seeing a lot of chat about big data analytics. We see like a logistics system that's very technologically based. There's wireless communication. Everything is basically digitalized these days, and there's few human interventions. So it's quite important that we adapt to this changing world of work and understand best what is required. But Lysandra will tell you in a short time what are those skills that we find hard to fill, in terms of hard to fill vacancies. And hard to fill vacancies are those vacancies that take a little bit more than 12 months, 12 or more months to fill. But you will be surprised, and this is what we always speak about in the board, that we haven't really moved towards this world that I'm showing on screen. But we still have a lot of traditional skills that are required currently. But let's look and think about how our world was before. I think 20 years ago, before the cell phones came, or 20 plus years ago, before the cell phones came, we didn't know that the cell phones will take over our lives. But right now, I'm sure, if I can say, please, is there anyone in this room who does not have a cell phone? There's not even going to be a single person. I mean, a person in the streets now even has a cell phone. How they charge it, only God knows, but they do have a cell phone. So that's how the world has changed. So you look at this and you think, oh, maybe we're still far ahead, well, far from getting into this world, but we are very, very near into getting into this world. And slowly but surely, hopefully, we'll see that changing. And our communication with you through the chambers is where we want to have a one-on-one with you, so that we can understand what your experiences are with regards to the changing world of work when it comes to skills that are required. But Lysandra will talk to that and talk to what are your priority skills and what are hard to fill vacancies. But like I said, I'm hoping that that list is going to change going forward, and we'll see more technological skills that are required. I'm not sure whether we do not have them as hard to fill because we've got plenty of them, but I doubt it, or it's because the world has not changed in line with what's going on in the global world. So how do we expand access to quality for our skills development interventions? We work a lot with National Qualifications Framework, which gives formal recognition for the learning programs and interventions that we do. Like I said, part of what we do is to develop qualifications that are necessary and have changed the way we do things. So we engage a lot with the industry through chambers and understand what type of qualifications we need. We normally, anything that has to do with technology is quality assured by Seta. So we have MOUs with Seta where we develop the skills, and then, or we ask them to assist us to develop the skills. They have a 4IR dedicated unit that deals with all the sectors. So whatever skills that we require from our side, we then engage with Seta. We also form partnerships with you as employers in terms of how then we can support in training your learners so that they can adapt to this world. And we implement different interventions through your TVET colleges as well, where we form partnerships, or universities of technologies or universities. We currently are being assisted by University of Johannesburg as our research chair to understand this changing world of work. So in conclusion, I want to understand what we are talking about when we're talking about the 4IR and changing world of work. This has the changes that are happening right now. We all know that unprecedented, and we are enhancing our knowledge and systems and research to understand so that we can put through interventions that will help you fund those programs that will be beneficial to you in the future. So we do this research and spend a considerable amount of money in understanding what skills are required so that we can impart this knowledge with you when you come and join us in this capacitation workshop or when you join us in chamber meetings, so that you are also aligned to where we are and where we're moving. And a lot of these we fund. We actually focus and prioritize skills that we can understand that will assist your employers, just in case, or not employers, rather your employees, just in case the technological world takes over, how we can upskill them or reskill them or multi-skill them. So when we do this research and come and talk to you, we're talking about how then can we assist and fund those interventions that will not be only looking at the world of work now, but looking at the future as well. So I'm hoping that in us engaging with you through this workshop, there are new things that we will learn from you, and there are new things that you will learn from us. Because it's a workshop, it should be interactive. You are more than allowed to ask questions during the session at any given point in time. You don't necessarily have to wait until the person has completed their presentation to ask if there's something that you want to ask, so that you do not lose your chain of thought. So we don't wait for a person to talk until 20 minutes is over before you ask us questions. It's a workshop. It's a capacitation workshop, so it should be as interactive as possible. We're not saying attack us if we haven't paid you. We're just saying talk to us. Let's talk to each other, and let's understand how we can improve, how we can assist you, and also you need to understand what are the processes that we're bringing through with any of the changes that are happening in this world of work. So my presentation is ending here, but I'm with you throughout the next 2 days. The team also will be changing. Others are coming in and leaving. Others are leaving today after, because we're also in Q4. And Q4 is crunch time for us. So us taking time out of our schedules to come here is because we take you seriously as our stakeholders. We've said this a lot of time in our AGM, that AGM is not meant to capacitate stakeholders. AGM is for us to go and respond to how we have been faring in the previous years. But this workshop is where we have to answer questions that you have. So this is the workshop where we need your interaction, your engagement, your robust engagement with us, where you ask really serious questions. Some of the questions that you might ask might be boring to other people who've been here with us for a long time, but remember, there are new people here, and then there are old people here. So the veterans, please bear with us. If somebody is asking a question that you think is elementary, you ask a question because you do not know. So we are here to respond to those questions. And if we don't have answers, because we might not have answers for everything, please bear with us. We'll research them. But before the end of the day, of this workshop, which is tomorrow, we will have answers to all your questions. I know that here in Cape Town, there was an issue with, not an issue, there were questions with regards to the, I think, fishing industry. I think our team is going to try and answer those questions. I'm not sure whether the gentleman that was here, and unfortunately I couldn't make the AGM this year, but I think the gentleman who was at the AGM that really wanted to understand about the fishing industry and our interventions, we will be able to answer those questions, because we took the questions that were asked there when we said this is not a stakeholder engagement. Pack those questions, you'll ask them today. So today is your opportunity to ask the questions that you want to ask, to get the clarity on things that you want to get clarity on, to also assist us and make suggestions in terms of how we can improve as Food Seta to best serve you, because we are here to serve you. So please use today and tomorrow as part of that. And there is no stupid question, there is no silly question. Every question will be responded to eloquently. And if you feel that maybe you are not satisfied, maybe this one needs a side engagement, you are more than welcome during breaks. We'll have several breaks during the day. I think we're going to have tea break, then we'll have lunch, and then we'll have another tea break in the afternoon. We don't want to keep you here until very late. Because we understand there's also issues of traffic. But I'm thinking that by 4 o'clock we'll be finished today, and tomorrow around about 2 o'clock is when we finish. But like I said, we are very excited to have you here today with us and tomorrow again, and use this opportunity as best as you possibly can. And I thank you, and I hope to see you again.
Okay, thank you very much for that, CEO. I think what the CEO is failing to say is that we got an instruction as, state employees to go back to the office 100%. So we are, heeding to that call. There was an article yesterday where it read that state recalls public servants to boost delivery. And we decided yesterday when the article came out that we're coming to Cape Town. That was really a joke. But we've been gearing up. Yes, sorry, there's a question. I saw a hand. Okay, can we just organize a microphone, please? So, ma'am, the microphone is coming through shortly. So as the microphone is walking towards the lady, so we are back in the office. I know that also back in Johannesburg, just to make sure that we boost delivery, especially now that the CEO announced that this is our Q4, which is a hectic season, or rather quarter for us. We made sure that, the teams are back and we're working as fast as we can. So as we're waiting for that question from the lady in the corner, we're going to ask Lisanda Mkushelo, the Manager for Research and Planning, to also start making her way towards the stage. Is it the stage? The side of the room. The front. Okay.
Okay, good morning, Mem Notula and team. I am Miriam Okwena from Transatlantic. So this is my name to start with. And secondly, to commend you on the massive improvements that have been happening there at Seta, in which we can feel them out there, in the deep, where we go and do deliveries. That's number one. So my question here is, me. Sorry. I'm listening to this digitalization delivery, and for me now it brings something. What it's bringing is, I just wonder if now this is actually not going to work in the inverse proportion of skilling of the nation in terms of the existence of the Seta. Because if I'm looking at that man who's riding, all the stuff through the machine, the mechanization of everything means exponential reduction of the workforce, which already at this point in time, there's a crisis of unemployment. Now, if the employers are capacitated along those sides and Seta focuses along those as a scarce critical skill, are we not gonna now be having all these highly mechanized, enterprises wherein there is less employees, wherein now it brings the question of skilling, because remember, the whole thing about skilling in the setup is about skilling the workforce, capacitating them in all different avenues. I know it needs to be happened because we are moving in that direction. I mean, if you look at situations when you go to the States, for instance, when you go to Europe, where even the garages, you just put petrol there and you have to put money there. There's no more a petrol attendant. But now they have ways of actually combating this unemployment. So if we have to apply this, for instance, we heard about checkers, Pick and Pay, where people now, in no time, they won't be having cashiers. There's just going to be people walking into the shop and just taking the groceries there and paying at the counter. Just think about it. Those cashiers out there, already with this high outcry of unemployment in South Africa, then this intense mechanization of equipment in a workplace is obviously going to tempt the employer to reduce his workforce. That's going to happen because you can't have this high, because it's not going to come cheap, that. You see, so I'm not saying this is not needed. It is very needed. Yes, we have to move with the times. But where is the balance struck there? Where is the balancing struck? So that this is done, but then it does not leave the existence of the Seta and the skilling in question. Why are you still there? Because we have come to this point where people are so mechanized and we no longer finance, or maybe we have shifted the focus of financing all those what we call obsolete, archaic programs, if we may to say. Remember, we'll always need food. It doesn't matter how it's produced. Thank you.
We will respond to that. Just, from a CETA perspective, what we generally will do is we do look at careers of the future. And it's just unfortunate that, it's not an unfortunate thing, it's a great thing that we have to move with the times as well, but not forgetting those that might be left behind. If we are going to compete at a global perspective, we need to be moving with what the world is demanding and requesting of us. Because remember, we don't just trade with ourselves, we trade with international communities. They want goods as fast as we can plant them. So there's a lot of demand placed on organizations across industries. It's not just only in the food and beverages sector, but it is a demand that is required by industries in general. Then I'm just going to leave it to Lysanda. If she has anything to add, she definitely will do that, because the presentations also speaks to the skills that are needed to be filled up, that, might not necessarily really require, full IR to be driven, but still require humans to drive them. So I'm just going to hand over to Lysanda.
Thank you, Maggie. Good morning once more, colleagues. I've been introduced many times, so I'll just skip that part. To just add on what Maggie has said, so it's not all gloom and doom. What we have found is that with the 4IR comes new skills, new jobs, new occupations that will be introduced in the industry. So that kind of gives us a bit of hope that it will not severely increase unemployment in the country. Secondly, we are very much aware of where we are as South Africa with our high unemployment rate. Hence, through our research and engagements with our stakeholders, it has been something that we have really deliberated on, considering the fact that as a country, as employers, we need to respond to national priorities, we need to respond to national policies, even us as a CETA in training. So it means that we need to be very cognizant of the fact that as much as there's 4IR happening around the world, where we are in South Africa, we still need to respond to our problem of unemployment. So we just need to find a balance between the two on how we actually do respond to 4IR as well as our needs as a country. So with 4IR also comes a lot of upskilling of our employees. So that means that we try and curb the retrenchments and more unemployment with upskilling our employees that we already have on the floor, rather than outsourcing or going out of the country to get the skills that will now be needed in our factories that speak to automation. So now it's more about continuous learning for our employees, upskilling them, closing the skills gaps that we may now see in the floors of our manufacturing factories as well as companies. So there's a lot to play around, those options for us to better respond to the improvements and the advancements of technology. I hope that covers you, ma'am. Great, thank you. Moving on to my presentation today, I will be covering our sector skills plan, our findings, as well as our recommendations that have come from the sector skills plan, and how to fill vacancies, as the CEO has mentioned. So if you don't know what a sector skills plan is, you'll hear a lot of the abbreviation SSP, especially for our new stakeholders. That is basically the plan that we develop as a Seta together with our stakeholders for us to find what are your needs as our stakeholders. What skills are you looking for? What training are you looking to do? What shortages or skills gaps do you have within your factories that we can help fund training for so that you can better do the jobs that you do on a daily basis? So moving on to my presentation, I will be covering the SSP development process, the findings from the SSP, our hard to fill vacancies as a sector, and then our recommendations from our findings of the document. So firstly, our development process is a three-step process where we start with looking at the WSP submissions that we get from our stakeholders, which is you guys sitting in front of me. Another word for a WSP is Annexure 2, but I think our stakeholders are familiar with WSPs. These are submitted on the 30th of April of every year. This is where you highlight your annual training report as well as your plan and what skills that you would like to train. But my colleagues will go in depth pertaining to the submission of the WSP. So we do analyze the information that you put in the WSP, and it actually informs some of the information that goes into the SSP. For instance, in those WSPs, you do have your hard to fill vacancies that you've listed, and we therefore analyze and see what our companies have submitted to the Seta, and we then validate it against our other means of research. And then after that, in the WSP, you find that we also gather our employer-employee information pertaining to demographics within our sector. How many females do we have employed in the sector versus males, and so forth. And then, as mentioned, it also has the hard to fill vacancies that we also look at and analyze. Then the second step will then be secondary data that will contain literature review for those that are familiar with research terms. Within the literature review, basically we look at what is out there in the global world. What's the global world saying about our sector as food and beverages manufacturing? What are the changes? What should we expect? What should we prepare ourselves for when it comes to our training and the skills that will be needed in the future within our context in South Africa? Then we also look at relevant databases, which include your statistic assay databases, your SARS, your DHEAD databases for other information that might impact our sector that we need to also analyze. The third step then involves us engaging with our stakeholders. That is where we collect our qualitative information through both interviews as well as focus groups. So we then get in touch with our stakeholders so that we can have conversations around what is it that you need within your own organization. And based on the submissions that were made in April, which is the WSP, is this a true reflection of what's happening on the floor of your own company? Are these your needs? Does this speak to what you feel you need, what gaps that you need, the gaps that you need to close within your own company? And then we also identify those gaps based on the WSPs that were submitted. And then we also engage on the employer survey that we do for DHEAD. So I just want to emphasize the importance of that information that is submitted in the WSP, which is going to be due very soon, end of April. So please, I urge that the information that you submit there is accurate, it's relevant, and it's correct information. What we've encountered previously was that we find that Most times when it's submission times, people submit late, therefore it impacts on the quality of information and the truthfulness of the information that has been submitted in the WSPs, in the sense that because you don't have enough time or you haven't given yourself enough time as an SDF to fill in that WSP, you then just recycle information from last year and then you change here and there and you sign without actually giving us a true reflection of what's happening on the company floor so that we can better plan to service you guys as a company and to find what you really need as companies. So please do take time when filling in those WSPs. It assists us a whole lot. Then we'll move on to change drivers, which also come from the SSP. It's chapter 2 of the SSP. Here, these change drivers were identified through literature as well as empirical research, which includes us engaging with our stakeholders through in-depth interviews as well as employer surveys. So the first of the 5 change drivers that were identified as important for the food and beverages manufacturing sector, both on a global scale as well as locally, is technology. And we have highlighted skills that are therefore required because of these change drivers, or skills that will then be a need within our sector, either currently or in the next 3 years to come, that we need to prepare to respond to. So when it comes to technology, we've identified cloud computing, Internet of Things, e-commerce, digital trade, big data analytics, robotics, and artificial intelligence, machine learning. Most of these, you'll see that the CEO did speak to them in her presentation when she was highlighting the changes that are happening within our manufacturing factories as a food and beverages sector. So we've identified these, some of these are already happening. For example, e-commerce, that speaks to online shopping and, deliveries. So a lot of companies, due to COVID, have moved on to such platforms so that they were able to actually operate and survive during the 2 years that we have been under certain lockdown restrictions and we're not able to actually interact or engage on our normal terms. And then the second change driver that we've identified as important for our sector is food safety. And then the skills that are required in response of that will be traceability, testing, labeling, hazard analysis, critical control points, risk management, supply chain management, occupational health and safety. So for this one, I think as Food Bev, we didn't get a shock as much because we have been dealing with food safety as well as the next change driver, which is health and nutrition, after we were impacted by listeriosis. So we just had to up our game as far as food handling is concerned since that period. So now in response to now health needs around COVID, we were able to then up our funding towards training that's related to food handling as well as, health and safety within our factories or for our stakeholders. Then, as well as labeling, labeling has become an important thing because of COVID, we have become health conscious as consumers. So now we more aware of what we consume. We are likely to consume more healthy products than previously because we'd like to take care of our bodies so that we protect ourselves against, whatever dangers may be out there. So what consumers have indicated is that labeling is very important because we need to know what's in the products that we are consuming, whether it's good for our bodies, whether it's actually not going to help us. So that has also become something that is very important. Then moving on to the health and nutrition skills required. Food scientists are coming up as important. Food labeling, I did mention this in the previous one. Food technology, marketing, sales, social media, user experience specialization. So I think all these actually speak for themselves, really, when it comes to the health and nutrition spectrum. Marketing and sales as well, because the products that we form or produce as a manufacturing industry need to be marketed, and sometimes our companies are expanding beyond our local borders. So therefore, you need to have marketing skills that actually speak to an international market base, rather than only in South Africa. And then moving on to globalization as the fourth change driver. The skills that are required there is obviously research and innovation, advanced marketing and sales, e-commerce, material science engineering, as well as packaging technology. I did touch on the requirements of packaging in the previous one when I was talking to labeling. So packaging is also something that's important when it comes to preserving the freshness of the produce that we manufacture in the industry. And then research and innovation, obviously we need to keep abreast of the changes that are happening internationally within our sector. So, and also in the different industries. So we need to know what we are expecting to respond to, or the changes that we have coming within our sector. Then the last one speaks to climate change, and the skills that are required there would be your data gathering skills, advanced crop production skills, biotechnologists, biochemists, environmental and sustainability specialities, as well as water management. So water management is also something that's been there for a while, especially for our stakeholders in Cape Town. A few years back, we went through a period of drought, and there was a water shortage that we then needed to respond to urgently. So due to that, we've then had to, look at ways on how to better be prepared for such shocks that happen in the system. Hence, you'll see that there's water management that has been listed. So then, in conclusion, and the way forward when it comes to change drivers that we've identified, all these change drivers basically impact on both old and new skill sets or occupations that we've had in the sector. And this therefore means that as education and training institutions or system in the country, we need to respond to what is coming up as requirements in the sector, what 4IR has come and impacted or changed in our organizations. We know that with the introduction of COVID, it actually did fast track the adoption of technologically inclined processes within our companies or ways of doing business. We now are able to work from home because of 4IR or technology. And that is 4IR, but because of COVID, we just had to adjust to it quickly and, implement all those 4IR technologies sooner than we probably have or thought we would have or planned as organizations. So it's something that we are actually living with right now. And then the COVID pandemic also did disrupt food systems and reshaped all the change drivers that we have identified. So when I speak of food systems, I'm talking to, your supply chain, your value chains as companies, where at some point we were not able to export or import goods during the COVID pandemic, and we had to look at localized supply chain, supply value chain, where we had to look how we can better respond to the needs of our consumers, without having to depend on what is out there in other countries. So there then has been a lot of development around that because of those restrictions that were implemented a few months back due to COVID-19. Then health and nutrition, as well as food safety and technology drivers have experienced the most significant changes. And that was also linked to COVID. And I think I did explain this when I was speaking to each change driver, how the impact has been. And then the COVID-19 has accelerated our digital services and digitalization. And basically, as we stand today, it's become a basic need for companies or even institutions, educational institutions, to respond to COVID and to implement, 4IR or technology-related advanced equipment. A basic example, when we were first hit with COVID, our companies and training providers had to find ways of training learners without having them in the classroom. So it meant that they needed to implement online learning. And because it was a new thing, it took a while for our training providers and stakeholders to respond to that need, because right now, COVID is still here with us, and life has moved on because we found ways of trying to bridge that gap. So online learning has become the norm today. So that's one of the things that, came with COVID that speak or link to 4IR. And then food manufacturers will have to continue to adopt more technology to streamline their operations and to boost their output. And then employees will need to demonstrate and develop themselves and combine their abilities with technology knowledge, skills, and abilities with interpersonal behaviors and qualities to avoid issues of mismatch between themselves and the requirements of the organization. Now, this speaks to my response to the question that we received there when it comes to the fact that if we are implementing technology, it impacts on the unemployment rate, then that means that we need to continue to upskill our employees within our companies. They need to be open to continuous learning, because that's the one thing that has come from the 4IR changes, that employees, and if you want to survive and continue to be employed or successful in the business world, you need to be open to continuous, it's lifelong learning. That's the term that they've actually used in research. So from now on, it's lifelong learning. We need to continue to upskill and upgrade our skills for us to stay relevant, basically, within the industry. And then the Seta plans to continue to engage in more partnerships with our stakeholders that will help us respond better to the SSP findings pertaining to the change drivers that I've highlighted. Then moving on to our hard-to-fill vacancy list. So these occupations that take about 12 months to fill by companies. And we've got our top 10 that we have analyzed from both our WSP submissions as well as engagements with our stakeholders. And we've also outlined the reasons that we have been given by our stakeholders. So those reasons vary from lack of relevant experience, lack of relevant qualifications, poor remuneration, unsuitable job location, as well as unsuitable working hours. So those top 10 skills occupations include the food and beverages factory worker, the millwright, the manufacturing operations manager, the food and beverages technician, the production or operations supervisor within the manufacturing space, fresh produce packing controller, production coordinator, engineering manager, health and safety manager, as well as an industrial machinery mechanic. So some of these occupations have been on the list, as the CEO has indicated, for a number of years now. And we know that obviously changes within our companies, as well as because of our situation as a country with unemployment, it will take a bit more years for us to see 4IR related skills. But what I can say is that previously we've also had an electrician, as well as which artisan? Oh, millwright, fitter and turner. Yes, fitter and turner in the list. And those are artisanal related occupations that have dropped off the list. And the millwright has remained there because it's more technologically inclined as compared to the other artisanal occupations that we've had in the list before. So because we're moving towards a 4IR era, it means that we need to then introduce technology aspects to the skills that we have in our factories. Hence, that millwright still stays there. The companies and our stakeholders have indicated that that's why they're leaning more towards using millwright or supporting millwright as a need within the sector versus the other artisanal related occupations. So for this year, we are still to embark on the development of the SSP for the next financial year. So we are going to be in touch with you as our stakeholders after you've submitted your WSPs to then verify those submissions and to engage with you pertaining to your hard to fill vacancies, your critical skills, your priority skills within your own space of operation. So please do make sure that you submit what is relevant and what is a need for your company so that we can have a hard to fill vacancy list as well as priority list that better responds to the needs of our stakeholders. So some of those occupations that you see there, we are still to engage on them a bit further as we embark on more research and engage with you stakeholders a bit more. Another thing that we have embarked on as FoodBev Seta that is quite new, and it actually responds to the question that was raised at the AGM, is we have started to develop mini sector skills plan for each sub-sector. So it means the fisheries industry will have their own SSP that will then highlight their own specific needs so that we are able to then better respond to each and everyone's need as a SETA. For example, when we were analyzing the information from that subsector, we realized that there's a fishmonger that has been highlighted as a need for the fisheries industry specifically. But when we then analyze the overall data for the overall SSP, you will not see it coming to the forefront because it's probably number 30 on the list. It's not really top 10. So we've taken that decision to actually draft mini SSPs that will help us better respond and engage with you as our stakeholders, and so that we have a happy relationship moving forward. I hope that is something you're excited about. And then moving along to our SSP recommendations. Our recommendations come from the last chapter of the Sector Skills Plan, and they speak to our strategic priorities as a SETA. So if you're a company and if you're a new company, what I'll advise you to do is go onto our website, and your first stop should be the SSP, where you'll see our priority skills, where you'll see our strategic priorities, and also go and download the grants funding policy, which will tell you how we fund these skills that we have highlighted in the SSP as priority, how we fund our strategic projects that come from our strategic priorities that have been highlighted in the SSP. So those two documents will help you a lot in engaging with us as FoodBev Seta and in getting yourselves actually approved for funding. Then our strategic priorities that we have highlighted are 6. The first one is addressing artisanal shortages and development within the sector. So with our SSP document and actually all our planning documents, including our strategic plan, which is also developed from the findings of the SSP, we are in our second year of implementation. The first year of implementation for the 5-year period was 2020. So over the 2 years that we have been implementing those new documents, pertaining to our first strategic priority, we have managed to train 368, or to fund rather, 368 artisans, and 81 of those have completed. And just as a disclaimer, we all know that in the previous 2 years, that it was actually the start of COVID. So the first year was really bad for not only you as an industry, but for us as a SETA, because we then had challenges in responding to our mandate because our stakeholders had challenges with training, and we still needed to figure out how we then continue with training and engaging amongst the era of COVID. So you'll see that the numbers are a bit low because of the COVID restrictions that we had to endure. But going forward, and from this year, we should see improvements in the numbers that we have funded and the numbers that our companies have trained and the completions that we will be reporting going forward. So as a Seta, we continue to support the training of artisans as a priority. And this is also because, artisanal related skills are not only a need for food and bev, but that cuts across rather all other sectors. So it's a shared occupation or shared skill that will continue to be a priority as mentioned in the National Skills Development Plan. So it's one thing that we also need to respond to as a Seta. And then the second one is improving quality of provision of matriculants as well as graduates. In the previous 2 years, we have supported 106 students, and 40 of those students have completed their bursary programs. So as a Seta, we've then embarked on actually bringing our support to also school level, where previously we've actually focused on funding bursaries at tertiary level for both varsity students as well as TVET students. But now we've actually realized that for us to increase our supply for our sector or the demand that we have from the sector, we actually need to start giving bursaries at a matric level where we engage with matriculants and actually showcase what we are about. This will require, a partnership from both the Seta and our stakeholders where we showcase what we are about, what skills we need in the sector at matric level, so that when they now go to varsity to choose what programs they do, they choose programs that are relevant for our sector and they can then be employed in the sector. So that's one of the things that we'll be doing. And subjects that we'll be prioritizing rather would be your maths and science for those learners that are in matric, because those subjects are basically the foundation of the skills that we require in the sector. And then placing more emphasis on bursaries into food science and technology is also a priority. That will also produce specific occupations that are needed for the sector in the long run. Then our third strategic priority speaks to transformation. In the past 2 years, we've managed to support 30 middle and senior management officials from the sector, from our stakeholders. These officials have actually been on a management program in one of the business schools in Joburg, where they've been trained on management, middle management and senior management related skills that are needed within the sector. And I think they finished their theory side of their program and they'll be going overseas for the practical side and for them to conclude that program that they have been a part of. So even with this program, we continue to support our stakeholders in upskilling their employees for them to have better opportunities within their organization. And one of the things that has been a finding from the SSP is that there's a gap pertaining to African females within the management level in the companies. So our focus has then also been on increasing our bursary support for African females within our sector so that they can also have a better opportunity to get better positions within the organization. So another priority within transformation speaks to disability. I think over the years, through our engagements with stakeholders and through interviews, we've actually asked that we try and prioritize and respond to disability, as it's not only a Seta priority, but it's actually a national priority that we all need to respond to. There's a 4% target that has been given to Setas, and right now as Food and Bev Seta, we sit at 0.61. So we are very far from meeting the target, and we need your assistance as stakeholders for us to be able to better respond to training people with disability. So one thing that we found that as companies we're struggling with is one, employees do not disclose of their disability. And then secondly, there's a misunderstanding of what is classified disability. So a person's with a disability, for example, does not only include someone who uses a wheelchair. You know, if you have 6 fingers on your one left, you are actually classified as a person with a disability. I'm sure we can find, someone, with that disability within our factories. It doesn't constrain them from doing any duties, just that in the classifications document, where they actually outline what constitutes a person with a disability, they do include like a broad list of what they speak to when they're speaking with persons with disability. And that list you will find at the back of our grants funding policy. And so please look at it to give you a guide. And also we're looking at programs that will create awareness within the companies that will actually encourage employees to actually disclose their disability. And another thing that is also mentioned there is a disability. I know Mikey enjoys me mentioning this. Is the fact that if you also wear glasses, spectacles, you are classified there as a person with disability. So guys, please, please give us our numbers that we need. I do note your question. The lady with the white blazer.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Natalie Michaels, and I'm from Human Capacity Consulting and Learning Solutions. So my statement and a question is on disability. For many years, we are rolling out disability integrated programs for various of our clients. And what we have experienced is that, especially with the 18.2 individuals, that we are struggling, absolutely struggling, to get these people into the workplace, to gain the workplace experience. And there are different reasons. Some of the individuals with okay, especially the PWD individuals with epilepsy, they are not allowed on the production floor, and it's a constant battle. It's a huge challenge. It is for that reason that we have to go into extension of the program, but it's also very frustrating and demotivating for the individuals to know that half of the class is able to go to a specific site, and the other half we're constantly struggling with. My question is, how can the Food Bev Seta aid us as providers to make it almost more compelling in a way that organizations, companies respond to these individuals that is struggling to get that workplace experience?
Thank you for your question. That is actually a brilliant question, because I think through our engagements with our stakeholders, they've highlighted that most of the persons with disability, they would place them in their head offices, which is, 5 offices out of how many factories or, other locations that they are actually needed. So hence I did mention that when we talk about a person with a disability, it's not someone only with a wheelchair, where they will not have access to a factory or they will not be fully productive in a factory environment. So because of those challenges that we have identified, we have prioritize engaging with, stakeholders that can better assist us in responding to that priority or that need to actually give training and opportunities with stakeholders. So I think over last year, if it wasn't, we were engaging with one of the disability institutions for them to kind of assist us on where we can actually better train and place, our learners with disability. So it's a continuous engagement, and it's one of the priority areas that we need our stakeholders to be on board with. We need to form partnerships that will help us respond better to our needs as both the Seta, because we have to respond to our mandate for skills development, as well as the companies, and also training people with disability. So it's an ongoing conversation, and we still are open with our stakeholders coming to the forefront. If you have any ideas on how we can have, partnerships with specific companies where we can then engage and see how we can make, this opportunity for people with disability a reality. So it's something that we can take offline for anyone with ideas, and we'll share what we have on our side, and then we can better improve on how we respond to that. Thank you. There's another question there, Carol.
Please stand up and hold the mic so that they can get a clear shot.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, my name is Andre Naidu. I'm with an NPO, also qualified with the CETAs, but perhaps need a bit of direction. So the two questions that I have, the one I think that's the easier one is, does the Food and Bev CETA have any Cape Town person based in Cape Town, a representative here that can perhaps assist us in compliance and issues related to the discretionary and mandatory grants? The second question, back to the subject at the moment of that you mentioned, African female is sort of being looked for. The question is how African must we be? I've heard this expression, priority black or priority African. Does that include my sisters who are colored, or Khoisan, or however they should be called? Is there any sort of special or any priority that could be given them? Would it also help if my sister who is colored was also wearing glasses, and so we can tick two boxes at one time? Is there a move to be able to identify that as a area that more priority or more help should be given for persons to understand their identity, and then be given a sort of a little bit of help to prioritize or get into vacancies and learnerships and assistance programs? Thank you.
Thank you for those two questions. So in response to your first question, we actually have one of our new employees at the Seta, SM, Stakeholder Relations, Maggie, who is the program director for the day. She also has a responsibility to actually employ regional managers. Yes, regional managers. So we will have someone specifically located or responding to Western Cape needs, as far as our companies that are in the Western Cape are concerned. So we are responding to that as a Seta. So it won't only be one in the Western Cape, but regional managers for our different provinces. So that's something that we are actually in the process of implementing. Then it will better assist with your needs. Then in response to your second question, so remember when I started presenting, I said I am presenting the findings of the SSP. So whatever it is that we find in our research through engagements with stakeholders, as well as what is anticipated to be happening within the sector and what literature is saying pertaining to our country, as well as our sector, which is food and beverages manufacturing, we then are responding and reporting on that. So based on our analysis and the information that we've received and engaged with, African females speak to Black females. So when we analyze the information that we get as far as employment statistics are concerned from the WSPs that we get, from the companies, as well as our engagements with our companies, we've realized that there is that gap pertaining to Black-skinned females. So it doesn't include colors. There's whites, there's Black Africans, but as far as colors, they're not classified as that need. They have better opportunities, basically, especially in the Western Cape when it comes to middle management opportunities. So that's what the information has told us. So going forward, if you feel that that is not representing your own situation, please make sure that you include it in the WSP, as well as when we come knocking at your door for us to engage you, whether it's through a focus group or an interviews, one-on-one interviews that we normally engage on. So what we respond to or what we report or what I'm speaking to right now are the findings of the SSP. So then that African female only speaks to Black females that has come out of the findings of the SSP. I hope that answers you. Thank
Okay,
you.
you can stand up so they can get it.
Is there another question, Carol?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got two. Yeah.
Oh. I wasn't aware that I need to stand up anyway. I have to stand up because it's a rule. My question pertaining to the disability and the glasses. Remember, from what I know is that whenever you have to declare someone as someone disabled, then you need a proper physician who can substantiate for that in documentation. So will that type of physician be available to substantiate this in documentation, declaring that an individual like myself has got this disability? And it's making sense because without my glasses, I'm so miserable and I can't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You are absolutely correct, because even if you are wearing spectacles, you have gone to an optometrist who has actually given you that subscription that you then take when you go have your spectacles developed for you. So you are right in the sense that you need to be declared as a person with a disability, not disabled. Persons with a disability. So therefore, that employee that then comes forward to declare their disability, they will need that supporting documentation to submit to the employer. Then you can record them as a person with a disability. Thank you. Yes.
Ma'am, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Rian Hoffman. I represent Northern TV College. I have appreciation for the sector skills plan findings, ma'am. You said earlier in your presentation, you know, one of the strategic delivery or maybe the findings are to improve matric graduates.
Yes.
So I want to hear from you, what is the appetite, the likelihood for food bev to include, for example, the NCV students, targeting also them NCV level 4 to supply your pipeline in terms of your delivery, your objective, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Absolutely. We're not only looking at your matriculants and your varsity students. NCV-related programs are also included. So as Food Bev Seta, we actually do have a career development or guidance initiative that we embark on a yearly basis. We've got a target on our APP that requires us to go out there and make sure that we reach everyone that we need to reach. And I think you also know that our Minister of Higher Education has made TVET colleges a priority. Also, when you look at legislation surrounding education, TVET training has become at the forefront. When you look at the white paper or the National Skills Development Plan, we need to actually respond to the needs of training and proper training, quality training rather, of our TVET students. So we include them as well. Thank you. Any more questions? No. Okay. Let me then continue to conclude. So I think I've covered the disability priority. Then we also prioritize small businesses as a food and beverages Seta. They have come up as our biggest group of stakeholders when we look at the sizes of the companies that we have within our sector. So small businesses to medium enterprises make, the biggest group of our stakeholders. So we need to continuously prioritize them and respond to the needs that they've highlighted. So over the past 2 years, we've managed to fund and support 90 SMMEs. We currently have a program running with UJ, which trains small businesses on 4IR related skills. So anything related to 4IR that affects business when it comes to looking at the supply chain, when it comes to looking at your operations within your own business and how you can improve them, what to expect within that space that you're operating in, what to expect within food and beverages manufacture when it comes to the technology that is now being used or will be used in the next 5 years within the sector. And they expose you to those needs and they train you in some of the equipment that they already have. So it's both theory and practical. It's also online as well as physical. So it's a short course for small businesses. I think it takes about 3 months for you to complete, online and physical. So if you are interested, I think they are still taking up, businesses. Yeah, I think they still are, but it will close soon because it's a partnership we have currently in this financial year. So it will close soon and we will finalize and probably report on it in our next AGM. So if you are a small business and you feel like you can benefit from this, please come and chat to me after my presentation or during one of the breaks, and I can elaborate a bit more on what the program entails. And then coming to the fourth skills priority, or strategic priority rather, we aim to assist the sector to boost innovation through research. So in the previous 2 years of implementing our 5-year plan, we funded 26 PhD students and 11 of those have completed. So we then continue to also increase our funding towards master's and PhD related studies, which look into research and innovation that's happening within the sector and what we will need to implement and change. So that's a very important target for us as a Seta. And then we continue to also, as employees of the employees of the food and beverages Seta, we continue to expose ourselves to international and national conferences that keep us abreast of the changes within the sector. And we also are prioritizing more partnerships, local and internationally, for us to better respond to this strategic need. What we've also discovered through our engagements or our attendance of these webinars, international webinars and so forth, they've highlighted technological aspects that are related to, RPL program that we implement as Setas, as well as, I've mentioned the SMME side of things. So with RPL, they are starting to incline towards more technologically aligned programs when it comes to the implementation of that. So we also need to be able to respond to those changes and be able to support, as the Seta, those changes that will be required in the sector. Then I think it's the last strategic priority, which speaks to, actually the second last one, speaks to skills gaps in the sector. In the previous 2 years, we've managed to support 5,120 learners and In 2020-21, that number has increased to 6,752 learners that we've supported with generic skills that are required now in the sector, which include your basic skills like your numeracy and literacy. For those skills, we respond to supporting them through our IED program. If you are one of our old stakeholders, you'll know that. So for the basic skills, we've got that IED program that we fund. And then there's other skills, including your soft skills and your computer skills, as well as industry-specific skills that fall under this priority that we also continue to fund as the Seta. And then here we also prioritize forming partnerships that will help us respond to this strategic priority in the sector. And lastly, we've got our career guidance as a strategic priority. In the previous 2 years, we've supported 20 career development exhibitions all around the country. We even get to the most rural of places where we try and reach out our TVET colleges that are based in the most rural areas that we sometimes struggle to get to. So we do include those in our career development initiatives. And then in 2021, we've managed to increase our support to 52. And then, as indicated, this is an initiative that is trying to increase graduates that enter our sector, which is the supply that we have for the sector. So aggressive tertiary institutions, aggressive support rather to tertiary institutions as well as industry and food bev is required, and collaboration actually for us to actually increase this supply that is needed by the sector. And then, as mentioned, matric learners also form a priority so that we can reach them at a point where they are still deciding on what course that they should embark on, so that they can choose better, relevant, and well as specific programs that will get them within our sector. So in conclusion, the Food and Beverages Seta is committed to forming more partnerships with relevant stakeholders in order to fulfill our mandate. As I've highlighted, this covers all basically most of my presentation, from change drivers and the skills that emanate from there, as well as our strategic priorities. We continue to prioritize forming partnerships with our stakeholders and everyone relevant who can help us actually fulfill our mandate. And then we continue to put our stakeholders as a priority going forward. As I've mentioned, that we've embarked on the development of those mini SSPs that speak to subsector specific needs. And then we continue to expand our offering for us to respond to the findings of the SSP, as well as industry needs and 4IR changes that have been highlighted. It's also very important that we get accurate and relevant information in the submission of the WSPs, as it drives the delivery of the interventions that we offer as a Seta. And then lastly, the sectorial occupations and interventions list is developed by the Seta using your hard-to-fill vacancies that you have highlighted. And it's a key guide that we use to train or to identify training needs within the sector. It's also supported and funded, or needs that are supported and funded by the Seta. So we really emphasize that when you are busy with your submissions, please do include relevant information that we can better use to respond to your needs as a sector. Thank you. Oh, lastly, within the research unit, as mentioned, I'm the research and planning manager. I have a senior manager whom I report to, which is Nokutula Sibia. Well, she's also one of our new employees. She joined us recently. And I've got 2 researchers that I work with within the unit. Those are our contact details. Feel free to contact us anytime about any questions that you might have. Thank you. Yeah. You can go ahead,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cindy Swadinge. I am coming from Buffalo City TVET College in the Eastern Cape.
Umkhaya ke lowo. I'm
Thank
listening.
you. Thank you, home girl.
How are you voting for Elizabeth?
Oh, I've got so many home girls here. Thank you very much. A quick one. First, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very informational. I hear you talk about the submission of the WSPs, which helps you to be able to analyze and check the gaps and assist those companies that do submit. And then what about those that do not submit the WSPs to FoodBev? How then, or how best can you assist those companies that are interested to work with FoodBev, irrespective of the fact that they are not submitting the WSPs to you? Because I see, you see the challenges, the gaps, and where you can be able to assist them best, because their needs, they are only reflected on the WSP. But what about those that don't submit the WSPs, but they do need help from you? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, but I'm gonna have to ask, what are the reasons for not submission? Are you a small business or are you submitting in another SETA?
Yes, our submission as colleges, we submit to ETDP SETA.
ETDP SETA?
Yes.
Okay, so pertaining to what we fund or respond to is the skills that we need within the food and beverages manufacturing sector. So it would then mean that you can engage us through a partnership, but even in that, you must be applying for skills that are needed within our sector or our strategic priorities as mentioned in the SSP. So we can't support you if you want to train skills that fall within another sector. It has to be within our food and beverages sector. But for you who doesn't submit to us, you can engage us through partnerships. And Mr. Mgidi will take us through the partnerships presentation tomorrow, or who qualifies, how you qualify, and how we go about implementing and funding. Thank you.
On that note, please let's take a break. Please let's take a break, like a 15-minute break. What's the time now exactly? Mr. Mgiti, if I may ask you that quickly. Mr. Mgiti? Can't hear you. Okay, can we aim to be back here at 4:45? Not 4:45, 11:45. I'm already in the afternoon. I promise you, I was not drinking anything. I had orange juice. See, at least I meant to. I've always known that was 11:45. I was just, seeing that we're all still awake. 11:45, let's just take a break, grab coffees, and check that your flowers have been delivered. And to all of our stakeholders online, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. The time is exactly 11:45. Can we get everyone back in? You can come in here with your coffee. The break time is done. So, sir, in the glasses, are you checking that the flowers are delivered? Sir, in the glasses. Can we get all the colleagues inside, please? The time is exactly 11:45, and to all of our stakeholders online, it's not easy getting people to come back after a coffee break. There's very fluid chats that are happening, and everyone is just happy to see each other. So can we get all the colleagues back inside, please? Okay. So please bear with us, all the colleagues that are joining us online, all the colleagues that are here physically are making their way back into the conference hall, and we're going to move to the next part of the program. Can I request once again that the colleagues that are still standing outside make their way back into the hall? Okay, looks like we've got most of our colleagues back in here. We're going to be closing the doors shortly. Okay. All right. Do we have everyone in? Is everyone back? Okay, Caroline is checking for us. Just three, okay. All right, it looks like everyone is back in. Thank you very much, colleagues. Please do feel free to walk in with your coffees and teas. We don't want to, keep here for too long, and we apologize if we're rushing you to get your coffees and teas, but please do feel comfortable to consume your teas and coffees in the conference hall. We just want to make sure that we stick to the timelines in the program. Without wasting too much time, I'm going to introduce you to Ms. Heidi Forba. She is the Manager for Learning Programs and Strategic Projects. She's going to be speaking to mandatory grants, Annexure 2's compliance evaluation and disbursement processes. This talk, in all the places we've been to, has been the favorite one. It's been a hit, if I should say that, even if you look at me like that. It's been one of those conversations that have, gained interest, and it's an area that we really, really wanted to focus on, especially if you're an SDF or a skills facilitator, or if you're working in HR, wherever you come from, wherever you work in. If you are dealing with training, we really, really need your assistance with this one. So please, can we ask you to welcome Ms. Heidi Forba, who's going to be taking us through this program now. Thank you.
Good morning, Cape Town. As Program Director indicated, my name is Heidi Forba, a recent addition to the Food Bev Seta family, and I'm excited to meet the Cape Town stakeholders, Western Cape stakeholders, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful engagement and working relationship. So my task today is to take you through the mandatory grant process, which will cover basically the regulatory environment within which we operate. We'll go through the criteria for mandatory grants. We will also be looking at the evaluation process, as well as some of the challenges that we as Food Bev encounter in the evaluation and processing of the mandatory grants. Now, in terms of the regulatory environment and where all of this process comes from, I think sitting here as skills development facilitators and as practitioners within the training and development and skills development space, we would understand that SETAs are established in terms of the Skills Development Act, and it is really the Skills Development Levies Act that actually monetizes and provides for how then we implement the mandate that is given to SETAs through the Skills Development Act. And it is a levy-based scheme process that is basically outlined in the Skills Development Levies Act. And what that does is that tells us how we then as SETAs are meant to then deliver on the mandate given to us by the Skills Development Act. In terms of the apportionment of the levies in the Skills Development Levies Act, we are looking at how then SETAs pay grants to companies that are complying with the requirements of the submission of WSPs. And I think we will appreciate that, as indicated, that SETAs operate within a highly regulated and compliance-driven environment. So these are not conditions that we as SETAs set out, but they are actually legislated. It is a requirement that we actually, as companies, follow this process and procedures as we implement skills development within our respective sectors. So in terms of the SETA grant regulations, we've mentioned that we have the Skills Development Act, and then the Department of Higher Education and Training then issued the regulations of how SETAs are then meant to regulate the levies or whichever form of funding comes through the SETAs, whether it is through a sponsorship or through the levy system. And what that does is that it outlines basically how we are to pay out mandatory grants to complying companies, and how then as SETAs we transfer the mandatory grants that have not been claimed back by companies into the discretionary grant pot. And the purpose for that is that we implement the sector skills plan that Lisanda was talking about, as well as our annual performance plan that we develop on an annual basis. When looking at mandatory grants, the requirement for companies then is to submit a WSP, or what is known as Annexure 2. Again, Lisanda, as the research manager, spoke to this because we use as the SETA the WSPs and the data that comes from those WSPs to feed into the sector skills plan that Lisanda was talking about. So as she mentioned towards the end, on the conclusion of her presentation, it's important that the information that you put, or the data that you put in the WSP, is both accurate, reliable, and valid, because it feeds into the bigger SSP. Your plan must also reflect training interventions that are planned both internally and externally, And currently, the version of the OFO that we are using is the 2021 version, which came out towards the end of last year. So that's what you use for the WSP because it is forward-looking. You are planning for the period between January and December 2022. In terms of the annual training report, that reflects on the training interventions that you would have implemented in the previous year for the WSP that was submitted previously. So that document outlines how far you've gone in terms of implementing that WSP and looks at the period between January and December 2021 with the 2019 version of the OFO. Now, as companies, we've spoken about the fact that the submission of the WSP is a compliance process. It is regulated, and it is for companies both levy paying and non-levy paying. So as companies, you register with SARS and you ensure that your levies are fully paid up. So that's criteria number one that we will look at. That are you registered with SARS? Are you required to pay levies, and are your levies paid up, and are they up to date? We've also spoken about the fact that the submission of Annexure 2 uses the most recent national occupational codes as contained in the relevant version, which we've outlined that it came out towards the end of last year, and that's version 2021 of the OFO code. And what we look at is whether you've implemented at least 50% of your planned interventions as reflected in the ATR. So your previous WSP, when you now are submitting your ATR in terms of implementation, you need to make sure that you've implemented at least 50% of those interventions that you would have planned. And of course, submissions are on an online platform that FoodBev Seta uses, and Solid Growth will go through that shortly after my presentation in terms of demonstrating how you use the system. And for new SDFs, obviously you'd need to register as a new user. And for any technical issues that you encounter, we are there to assist through obviously the intervention of our service provider, Solid Growth. And you need to ensure that you submit within the set timeframes, which we will go through shortly. And the other criteria that you need to ensure that you meet is that you've completed an EMP 201 on the system. And what that gives is a breakdown basically of your UIF, your PAYS, UN, your skills development levies. But these are criteria that you need to ensure that you address as you are engaging with this process. Now, the other criteria that we look at is that the authorization of the WSP must be there. So ensure that your authorization page is signed by the relevant parties who need to sign off on that specific page, and that you've attached all the supporting documents that are relevant, from the invoices to the proof of training that was implemented to any other documentation that you need to attach to your submission. And these are outlined on the system as will be demonstrated a bit later on. So for companies that are registered with employees who are more than 50, the WSP must be signed off. And for employers with less than 50 employees, you also need to appoint an SDF who will sign off the WSP and ATR with either the owner or the CEO, as well as a designated employee representative. And of course, for companies employing 50 and above, you also need the authorization page to be signed off, and also to be co-signed off by the training committee. And then, of course, FoodBev Seta will then process the applications in terms of the process that we've just outlined. The deadline for submissions, colleagues, this year, in fact, on a yearly basis, is the 30th of April. It's a legislated date that we cannot change as sitters. And this year, it falls on a Sunday. We actually checked this because we want stakeholders to remember this, that it is on a weekend. So it's in your best interest to start working on your submissions now, because I think when you interact with any system, on any online system, it's always the case that systems get clogged closer towards the date of the deadline, and you may struggle. So keep that in mind, that the closing date this year is on a Sunday. You might have other commitments that weekend, so the sooner you start with the submission, the better. Now, in terms of the extensions, these are extensions that applicable also in terms of the law, that you can only get an extension if you've requested it formally from the Seta 3 weeks prior to the closing date. So if for whatever reason you require an extension, ensure that the extension is requested at least by the 8th of April. Because those are the only extensions that the Seta will unfortunately have to consider. And these will only be extended until the 31st of May. So if you are granted an extension, it will only be until the 31st of May. And if you are granted an extension, the system will only allow those companies that have been granted the extension to submit by the 30th of May. So everybody else submits by the 30th of April. In terms of the evaluation process, so you submit your submissions to us with the supporting documentation, with the authorization page having been signed off by the relevant parties. As FoodBev Seta, we receive your application, we evaluate it, obviously based on the criteria that we've outlined, and then it moves over to a process where the award committee considers the recommendations of the evaluation committee. Once it's been approved, we then obviously communicate back to the companies in terms of whether or not your submission has been approved, and then whatever the decision is of the award committee, and then our accounting authority as the board of the Seta notes those recommendations and those approvals that our award committee would have made. Now, in terms of the payment schedules of how we actually do the payments within the Seta, or when we do the payments, they're also on a quarterly basis. So for levies paid between April and June in the first quarter, the payments would then be on the last month of the second quarter, which is September. And for levy payments between July and September, the payments would be then in December of that year. And for levy payments between January and March, obviously the payments will then be in April or June of the following quarter. So that's really how we disperse the mandatory grants once obviously you've been evaluated and approved, and we are now implementing the payments. So some of the challenges that we've encountered in this particular process is that we've found that in some instances, we get requests for access to the system quite late, as I've indicated earlier. In most cases, there are system challenges with an online-based system where you get more traffic towards the end of the deadline. And it becomes difficult for you then as an SDF to access the system for whatever reason. So it's advisable that you request access as soon as you are able to, and not wait until probably even the last week of submissions. So request access as soon as you can, so that if you have any system challenges, then we can address them and we can sort them out. accuracy of the data captured on the WSP. We've also spoken about this because our research manager, Lisanda, did talk to this in terms of the accuracy of the data contained in the WSP, because we are not completing those WSPs for the sake of compliance. Yes, it is a compliance issue, but we also need for the data to be valid, and we need for the data to be accurate, because that's the only way the Seta can address the needs within the respective subsectors and sectors that we deal with. Online submissions are created, but not, or created and completed but not submitted. So we've also found that some SDFs, you go onto the system, you capture your data, you complete your forms, but you don't actually hit the submit button. And if you don't hit that submit button, the submission doesn't come through to the Seta. So we won't get it on our side, therefore it won't be evaluated and approved. So ensure that when you do your submission, you complete the sections that you need to submit, you complete, you hit submit. However, if you're not ready to submit, the system will save whatever data you've captured up until the point that you've captured. So when you come back, you don't have to restart from the beginning. You can just continue from where you left off. But when you are ready to submit and you are satisfied that the information that you've captured is complete and it's accurate, then you can hit the submit button. Of course, we've also said that the system does become cluttered towards the end of the last week or towards the closing date or deadline. So ensure that as soon as you have your company's details and information ready, you start with the submission and submit as soon as you can, so that you avoid that situation of interacting with a system that is too cluttered because it's too busy, there's too much traffic. The other challenge that we've seen as we evaluate the submissions is the non-submission of supporting documents. We've spoken about this to say when you do your submission, ensure that you attach your supporting documents in terms of the invoices, the proof of payment, the signing of the authorization page, because that's very important. That's what we evaluate your submission against. And of course, when we look at some of the reasons why the submissions are not possibly approved, they talk directly to not meeting some of the criteria that we've spoken about and some of the challenges that we've just spoken to. In terms of the authorization page not being signed, in terms of, obviously we've spoken a bit earlier about the fact that if you're a company that employs more than 50 people, it needs to be signed off by the designated signatory as well as a training committee member. For companies employing less than 50 people, also the owner or CEO needs to sign off, as well as an employee representative where the workplace does not have obviously a recognized recognition agreement or trade union representative that will sign off on the WSP. Excuse me. The non-payment of levies also, for companies that are required to pay levies, you need to ensure that your levies are paid and they are up to date, because this is one of the reasons why your company will not be approved. And for companies that are not required to pay levy, ensure that you obtain your exemption letter from SARS and you attach it with your submission. There was a question earlier on about I think from Buffalo City TVET College, about the fact that other companies submit to other Setas, and as TVET colleges you submit to ETDP Seta. So even for programs that we fund at FoodBev, it is a requirement that we check with ETDP that you do submit your WSP, because the Seta cannot fund entities that are supposed to be compliant with WSP submission requirements but are not. So even if it is our program and you submit your WSP to ETDP Seta, we will check with ETDP Seta when we are evaluating our grants to see that you actually comply with that requirement as a TVET college. We've spoken about the submission of proof of training and any queries, and this is in respect to queries that the Seta will raise based on your submission. You need to ensure that you respond to those within the given timeframes, so that we know that as a Seta you've responded. And if you have not adhered to the timeline that we have provided for you to respond back to that query, the grant will not be approved. And I think fortunately for FoodBev, because it's very employer focused, you do get an opportunity to resubmit once we've raised a query based on your original submission. Whereas you might find when you interact with other Setas, they've got a very strict criteria, especially for your mandatory requirements in terms of either mandatory grants or discretionary grants. If there's a compliance document that you did not submit, you're automatically disqualified. But with FoodBev Seta, you get an opportunity to submit whatever you have not submitted. So I think in a nutshell, those are the things that you need to look out for as you do your submissions for the WSPs or for your annexure 2s and ATRs. And for smaller companies, a pivotal plan is required for those that do not necessarily submit a WSP. So those are the things that you need to keep in mind as you are doing the submissions. And I think the plea from our side is to say, start working on your submissions as soon as you can. The window is currently open. The system is open. So the sooner you start working on it, the sooner we can then address any challenges in terms of the system. I know some people have had issues with their credentials on the system, and we've had to then request Solo Growth to assist with that. So the sooner you start working on it, the sooner you at least avoid those kinds of issues, and then we can, as the Seta, start looking at evaluating the submissions. Thank you. Don't know if there's any questions or comments. Questions? None? Then hand over to Program Director.
If there's no questions, as per what Sinayam Gedi will say, maybe people are confused. But if you are feeling confused, please don't. There's nothing like being lost and you're confused, and there's a person that can answer your question, immediately here without sending an email and waiting. And Heidi will still be here, so please, if you have any questions, just walk over to her. We're going to introduce you to Ms. Adele van Brakel from Solo Growth, who's going to now be training you on the system that you need to be using when you're applying for a mandatory grant. A lot of you have got confidence that you know how to do it, but as part of us bringing the services closer, we thought, let's drag her along. They've been great so far. And Ms. Adele, are you ready? You ready? Okay, do you want to just come closer? Thank you.
Getting settled. Molo, Dumela, Sawubona, Avuxeni. Hello, Cape Town. Good afternoon, goeiemiddag. How are you, Cape Town? People, you had sweets and chocolates and everything there for your break. So I think the audience will be sweet. Thank you very much for the opportunity to take you through the WSP online submission for Food Bev Seta for the current financial year 2022-2023. Colleagues, before I start, my name is Adele. I'm from Solo Grove, and thank you for the opportunity. Is there any new SDFs that needs to register for the first time? Okay. Is there any SDFs that has been submitted twice, third time, years in a row? Okay, I see some hands. Okay, great. So I just want to ask, with regards to the level of training, remember we need to accommodate for the people that do not know anything up to the level with all the complaints and questions, etc. So before I start, may I please just ask, is there any specific question that the audience wants to ask? And also, if there is maybe a question that may arise during the training, you are more than welcome to just raise your hand, and then I will be trying to assist to the best of my ability. Okay. Okay, colleagues, can we start? So with regards to the link to the SDF, you will need to go to the Food Bev Seta website. You will need to go and click on skills planning, grants. You need to go and click on mandatory grants. And you will see that in the first paragraph, there is a hyperlink whereby you will then be directed to go to the Indicium website. Okay? Before we start, just one thing to be, how can I say, aware of. This is an online application. The best browser or the preferred browser is Google Chrome. So please make sure when you are going to access the site that you have a stable connectivity for your internet so that you have, you do not experience any downtime or frustration to say, I cannot submit, okay? The deadline for the submission is on 30 April 2022. And just maybe for correction, I've just double-checked the diary. It falls on a Saturday, okay, and not on a Sunday. So please make sure you start earlier rather than later because there's an approval process for the first-time SDFs that needs to be granted by Food Bev Seta. And then also there's a lot of public holidays coming in, especially Easter weekend as well as public holidays in April. So we please grant access as soon as possible so that you can start completing your forms and also meet the deadline before it cuts off. Okay. So there's the hyperlink to go to the live site on Indicium. So what you first need to do is, I'm just going to close this link here because I'm not going to demonstrate on the live site. So I'm just going to close this link and I'm going to open the test site link for the Food Bev Seta. And you will see that, let me just quickly log out. Okay. On the top of the page, you will see that there's a link for SDF registration. This is now the SDFs that has never used the system before. Yes, sir. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Sure. Okay, let me just go back. So please go to the Food Bev Seta website. Sorry. Do you see the Food Bev Seta link there, sir? Okay. So on top, you need to go and click on skills sector planning, grants. Pardon? Yes. So then you need to go and click on mandatory grants. Did you see this link here? Okay. If there is anyone that needs assistance after the presentation, you are more than welcome. I'm sitting in front. You are more than welcome to approach me. If you've got questions to ask, I'm here to assist. Because you as the stakeholder is the important persons today. Sure, luckily the CEO is not here. So people, you are the stakeholders. We are here to assist. So after the session, sir, you are more than welcome to approach and I'll gladly assist. Okay. Okay, so firstly, you need to register yourself as an SDF. You will be granted this page where you need to go and apply your applicant details. So I'm just going to use the alternative ID type. On the title, the page is going to refresh. It's going to ask for a title. First name, I'm just going to apply test. Because it's Valentine's Day, my surname is going to be Valentine. Date of birth, you just need to go and select your date of birth. Gender is female. You will see from the drop-down values, you need to select the value that is applicable to the drop-down. Okay? Disability status, the home language, nationality. Oh, I want to be a Seychelles. Okay. Socioeconomic status, employed, unemployed, or unknown. Then you need to complete your telephone number, as well as the cell phone number. For those who are still using fax numbers, and most importantly, this section where you need to complete your email address, please make sure that you type in your current and valid email address. Because all correspondence with regards to the system-related correspondence going to your email is going to this email address which you are going to capture now. So please make sure that you capture it correctly and ensure that it is your most recent and updated email address. Okay. On your physical code, this is linked to the rural and urban areas in your municipality. So you will see that once I type in the code, it will automatically identify the municipality, whether it's urban or rural, and in which province it falls in. Then you need to complete the address details line 1. Okay. If your physical address is exactly the same as the postal, you need to go and click on this tick box here. And you will see that it's going to autofill the postal address if it is the same as the physical. Okay. If it is not the same, you will obviously then capture the PO box details here on the lowest, on this section here. You need to complete your highest education. Your years in occupation, then there's a questionnaire with a tick box. On the tick box, if you select it, it means yes. If you leave it out blank, it means no. So the question is, have you completed a STF training program? provided by an accredited training provider. If selected, you need to tick it. If not, you need to leave it out blank. And then you need to type in the name of the institution. Okay, once all of these compulsory fields are completed, you will see that at the bottom there's a Save and Proceed button. This will then navigate you to the second part of the ID numbers required. Sorry, so let me just quickly type it in. Okay, so after your first step, you will then go to the second page, which is then your organization details. So firstly, you need to link yourself to an organization, okay? For the testing purposes, I'm just going to use this test site. Okay, once the system picks up the SDL number, you need to go and click on select. And then there's also a question, consultant acting for employer. So remember, you are submitting on behalf of the company that you are representing. So please make sure that you also have your appointment letter already signed and ready for that specific employer that you are going to submit the WSP on behalf. Whether you are going to submit for a group of companies or only a single branch of an organization, you please need to select the options here, because that will then establish whether you are going to have more than one appointment letter that needs to be uploaded. Then there's another question. Please indicate the method of appointment to STF position, appointed by employer or nominated by employees. If other, you need to please specify, and then also there's an option for self-employment, self-appointed. Are you replacing the previous primary STF for this company? People do leave and go, so if you are going to then replace an existing STF, you please need to go and click on the text box here, so that you are then applying to have a new STF registration for that specific company. Okay, and then the second question, the last one that we get, are you registering as a secondary STF for this company? Okay, so if you are going to act on behalf of the company as a secondary STF, you need to go and select this tick box here. Then your letter of appointment. Colleagues, please take note that the letter of appointment is compulsory for your application to be approved. So if you do not upload your appointment letter for the current company that you are going to represent, your submission will not be successful. Okay, so please make sure that it is on a company letterhead for the company that you are going to represent. On the document upload section, you will see that once the document has been accepted, it will turn green, and then you will be able to upload the document that you are then submitting as proof as the letter of appointment. Please just note the section below. A pending login status indicated that the Seta needs to accept your registration before you are granted access to an organization workplace skills plan. So for the STFs that are newly registered, your status will be pending STF until the Seta grants you access. Then you will have receive an email notification with your username and password that your application has been successful, and then you will be able to access the system and then also complete the necessary forms as I'm going to demonstrate to you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Signane. She's struggling to put in her ID. Okay. Can you just maybe get the details from the user and then I will be able to contact them afterwards. Okay. Okay. Once you have uploaded your document successfully, you will see that the document is going to display here as a hyperlink, which you can also then view. And then you need to click on Finalize Application. Please remember that this is the last step for your application. You need to go and click on Finalize Application. Please ensure that the document that you upload is indeed the letter of appointment and not something else. Thank you. Okay, then you go and click on Finalize Application, and then an automated email will be sent to your email address. Okay. Is there any other questions so far? Can I continue with the completion of the forms? No one. Okay. On the chat, there's also no one that needs assistance with regards to the SDF registration. Okay. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I'm currently on the login screen. This is the section where you type in your username and your password that you are going to use, that you have received via email. For the current SDFs, you can use your previous password. And for those who tend to forget, there is a forgot password functionality. If you click on this forgot password functionality, it's going to prompt you to complete your ID number, and then an automated email with a temporary password will be sent to your email address. And that's why I'm saying that once you are going to type in that email address, please make sure it's current and it's valid, because all correspondence and communication is going to send to that email. If your email address has changed, there is on the system a section where you can update your details. So then you will also be able then to update your email address if it may change. Okay, so I'm going to log in, and you will see that on the dashboard, it's going to display all the companies that I'm representing. Okay, I'm going to select the financial year 2022-2023. And you will see that I've already created this WSP. So I'm going to click on the View button. And then you will see that there's tabs on the left-hand side that needs to be completed before you can start capturing your WSP forms. On the organization contact, you will see that there is information that is editable, that you can change and update. So if you are going to make any changes, you will see that there's a Save button at the bottom, as well as a Confirm Details checkbox. As I said, the checkbox, if it's ticked, it means yes, it's confirmed. If you leave it out blank, it says no. So please make sure that your information is still valid, and the number of employees is going to determine whether you fall within a small, a medium, or a large company. Okay, so in this stage, I'm going to demonstrate a large company. So you will see that the number of employees is then 200. Please make sure, as I said, you confirm the details and you click on the Save button. The system is not going to automatically save the form that you have edited. You please need to click on the Save button. Okay. On the organization contact, am I going too fast? Are you still fine? Any questions? CEO said it's an interactive workshop, so if there's any questions, please, I'm here to assist. Okay. On the organization contact, there should be at least one organization contact for your WSP. You will see that there's an option to go and edit and remove the contacts, but it's grayed out. These buttons are grayed out. If you want to go and update or change, you need to select the line that you want to update. You will see it's going to turn in blue, and then you will able to either edit or remove the current user and replace it with someone new. There's also the create button if you are going to create a new contact. On the organization bank details, you will see that the previous banking details is uploaded on this section here. If your banking details has changed, you are then forced to please upload a cancelled check or a stamped letter by the bank, proving that your banking details have changed. If you are going to link any child organizations to the company that you are representing, this is the section where you go and access or link the child companies to. Is there any question that I can maybe take for the child organizations? Are you all familiar? What is a child and what's the mother company? Okay. Let me go to the training committee section. On the training committee section, there is an option to add a new training committee member. And you also have the option to edit or remove the training committee or the union. Please remember, for the first-time users, if you don't select the line and it turns blue in color, you will then not be able to edit or remove. You need to select first before you can either edit or remove. On the organization CFO details, you will see that once again, there's an option to edit. Once you've edited, you can go and click on the Save button. On the approved STFs, you will see that this screen allows you to go and view all the STFs, all the STFs applicable to this company. Kindly take note that the rule is that you are only allowed one primary STF per company, but there could be more than one secondary STF. So the primary STF is the STF that will be able then to submit the forms. The secondary STF do not have the submit button. So please take note, only the primary STF can submit the forms. Okay, then we are going into the WSP and ATR forms. The company that I am going to use is this one. I'm going to click on the view. And can you all see here on the far right? Submit WSP ATR. So on 30 April, 10 o'clock, the paranoia and the hysteria comes in. I can't see the submit button. So please, people, the submit button is here. And if you want to go and take any shortcuts, the system will prompt you to say you are unable to submit because the child organization details has not yet been completed. So each and every time that you want to submit and there is a section that has not been completed, the system will clearly indicate to you what is outstanding. So you need to go back to then on the main page. So for this example, you will see that the child organization details has not been confirmed. So you need to go back to the main page and then click on the confirm details for the child organizations. Okay, let's go into ATR form number 1. This is the WSP that has been submitted last year. And you will also see that the OFO occupation has not been updated to 2021 with regards to the ATR forms, as it is only applicable to the new WSP that has been that is going to be submitted this year. So on the ATR, you will still find the 2019 OFO codes. On each and every form, there's also a bulk import functionality. I'm just going to pause the bulk import for now. I'm just quickly going to go through the forms, and then we can touch base with regards to the bulk import. Okay? Can I go back to, I just quickly want to go, is there any questions with regards to the ATR forms? Because this is where you need to report what was your actual training for the planning that you've done last year. Okay, let me start with the form 1, A1 on the employment. Firstly, I'm going to do the race and gender breakdown and just demonstrate to you the most common challenges that is experienced and how to fix it. Okay. If I start with the OFO occupation, I'm going to search for the 2021 code. If you know the code, you can type it in. Without the 2021 slash, you can only type, you can just type in the number of the OFO code, or you can type in a small description of the occupation. The system will then turn back the results of your search criteria, and then once again you need to select. It will change in color, it will change to blue, and then you also need to select the select button at the bottom. Once you have selected, you will see that it's going to autofill the OFO code as well as the occupation details. And then let's start with the race and gender as well as the age group totals. So I've got one African, he's disabled, a male. I've got one colored, I've got one colored female, and she's also disabled. I've got an Indian Asian female as well as a male. They are all disabled, and here I've got also one, and they are also disabled. So in the age group, they all fall under, let's say, 35, 55. Okay, so I'm going to add 11. And I'm not sure if it's quite visible, but it says in red, the race and gender breakdown, total count of males plus females does not equal the total count of age groups. The record has not been updated. For the SDFs that are old hands, what is the problem here? Is there anyone that maybe can assist? Cape Town SDFs. Yes, ma'am. Fantastic, yes. So when you are going to do your age group, you do not count the disability number. You only count the males and the females, okay? So what should this number then be? Should it be 6? Because we are not counting the disabilities. Okay, you will see that once I've then added 6, it's going to add it in the section below. So please just take note, when you are then going to do your age group, for all the forms, you do not count the number of disability. Okay. There's also an option to import the previous year's employment details or status. So if you have completed for last year, there's a quick option to import, and then you are also then able to edit, remove, or remove all. Once again, you will see that the edit and the remove button is grayed out because I need to select the line that I'm going to work with to either edit or remove. So if maybe I'm going to select this section here, you will see that it turns blue, and now the buttons are then visible, and I can either edit or I can remove. If you are going to remove all, please read the message. This will delete all records, are you sure? So if you are then going to remove all the records, just make sure that you are then going to see that all the records will disappear. Okay? Any questions so far? Okay. So colleagues, you need to complete all of the forms. So once you've completed the sections, you will also see that there's the how to fill vacancies on section E that needs to be completed. And you will see that on each form, if you are going to click on the add button, there is some required fields that need to be completed before you can go to the next form. Okay, is there any company, oh sorry, let me just quickly go to the checklist. You will see that at the end, there's a checklist whereby it will then display all the forms that has been completed or not yet completed. So this is a guideline for you to understand where are you currently in the process. Okay, so please make sure that you go and look at this checklist. It is live, so it's live real time. So if maybe you are going to, for the first one that says no, if you are then going to save or complete the pivotal plan on the employees, this will then change to yes. Okay, so this is just an internal checklist whereby you can check whether all the information has been captured. Okay, let me go to the bulk import. For each and every form, there is a different Excel sheet that needs to be used. So you cannot use one template for all the forms. There are different Excel templates for each and every form that needs to be completed. Okay? So what the bulk import does is it's just going to give you an Excel sheet whereby you can then apply multiple records to be uploaded without going to the system and doing them one by one. Okay? So you will see that firstly, when I click on the bulk import button, there is a download Excel template. You need to download the template, and you will see on the left corner, the Excel sheet is downloading. You need to click on open and then also enable editing. Okay? You will see that on line number 1 and line number 3, it says please leave empty, and then you can start recording your information on line number 4 all the way downwards. You will also see that the file name of this Excel sheet is named according to the form that we are downloading the Excel template from. And in this instance, it's called section B1, total number of employment. So you will see for each and every field, there is a drop-down value, which you are then limited to only use the value that is applicable to the drop-down. You cannot type anything else in the values that are on a drop-down. Okay, so here you need to go and complete the count. If you are using the bulk upload and you do not have any African disabled, please do not leave it out empty. You rather type in the number 0. Okay? There's also a copy and paste option. So if you have the information stored somewhere else, you can also copy and paste it to this sheet. Okay, so my total number of the age group is that. And once again, please do not leave out any empty fields. You need to type in a 0. If there isn't any value applicable, please don't leave it out blank. Okay? Once you have completed the information, you now need to go and save the information where you are then able to then upload it again. So I'm just going to download it or save it on my desktop. Okay, I'm going to close the Excel sheet. And then once I've completed the information, there is an import section where you need to go and select choose file. You need to be directed to the place where you have saved your Excel sheet. Once again, once the sheet has been uploaded or recognized by the system, it will turn green, and then you will be able to import. Just for the file name extensions, in other words, for the file name that you are going to name your Excel sheet, please avoid using any special characters because the system will not upload the file name if it consists any special characters. Okay? So once the system has recognized the Excel sheet, it will turn green, and then you need to go and select import. There's also an Excel sheet that will guide you with regards to your upload, whether you are going to do it via bulk. And you will see that there is a download exception and success report. You can click on the link. It's going to open a new Excel sheet with a section where you will see on the very far end whether your record has been uploaded successfully or not. You will see in this instance, the upload was successful. There was no errors identified. And if there are any errors, it will be displayed in this column number R, in this specific upload, and it will also state what the issue is with regards to the upload or the unsuccessful upload. If you have any data that needs to be updated, you will see that there's once again the edit, remove, and the remove all. You select the line, and then you can go and click on edit. And you will see that the line that you are going to select will appear on the top of the page. You will then be able to go and change the numbers. And please, there's an update button. Please don't forget to click on update. And then it's going to complain again about the disability. So this is supposed to be 6. Okay, you go and click on update. And once successfully updated, you will then be able to proceed to a next line. Okay. With regards to the form completion, before I continue with the document upload section, is there any questions so far? Any specific form that I need to go into detail? Is there just maybe someone that can check on the Teams if there's any chat, any questions so far before I continue with the document upload section? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So Cape Townians, you will see that on the, if you have completed the WSP and ATR forms, there is also a document upload section whereby you need to go and upload the evidence with regards to your WSP submission. So once again, when the FoodBev Seta is going to do the evaluation of your submission, please make sure that if you have selected the authorization page, you are indeed uploading the authorization page and not maybe your M201 or your training material or your ID, etc. So please make sure what we normally do is to guide the STFs is create a folder, put all your evidence that is required for your submission in that folder and name them accordingly to say authorization page within that specific financial year. Once again, just to repeat, please make sure that your file name extension does not contain any special characters when you are going to upload your supporting documents. So just for purposes, I'm going to select new document. I need to select the current financial year that I'm going to upload the proof thereof. I need to select the file. Once again, this will then turn green and I need to hit the upload button. Once it's uploaded, you will see that it's going to be reflecting in the section below, where you can go and view your document that has been uploaded. Okay, so this is just for a double check. And then also, if you have picked up that you have maybe uploaded the incorrect document, once again, you can go and select the line or the document that needs to be uploaded or removed, and there's the remove button. So here you can just go and double check whether the supporting evidence is applicable to the upload that you've made. You will see that on the WSP and ATR forms, the authorization page is required to be completed and uploaded. And the questions that we normally get is, but where's the authorization page? Okay, so you will see that on the landing page, on this WSP and ATR forms, there is the print authorization page for the large companies. So you need to go and click on this hyperlink. It will download, and then you will be able to go and click on enable editing. You can either then print this out, or you can complete it on the form and then also apply the signatures, name it correctly, and then you are then also able to upload the authorization page. You are so quiet. Is there no question for me? I feel like I'm just babbling along. Are you all good? Great. So we're going to have submissions with no queries this year. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Really, yes, there you go. Yes, ma'am. Sure, that's a tough one. Protocol is that you need to go through the Seta. If it is identified that it's a system issue or system error, normally the Foodbev Seta will log a call for us on a platform where we will then easily get the issue and also attend to that. Yes, so your first point of call is the Foodbev Seta. Okay. Any other questions that could maybe, please, I encourage questions. Nothing, okay. SDFs, there's also a section where you can go and apply for inter-Seta transfers. So if you have been, like, for instance, had a submission for ETDP and you are now moving over to Foodbev, you can also go and apply for inter-Seta transfers on this page here. On the section on the grants and levies, you can also go and view what is your current status on your grants and levies. And there you will also see that there are quite a few tabs where you can go and select the financial year as well as the M201 and what is your levies paid up to date. Okay. Is there maybe any specific form that I need to just maybe show again? As I said, I am available afterwards. If there's any questions, any assistance that is required, please feel free. I'm here for the entire day, so you are more than welcome. Maki, if there's no other questions? Any? Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All of our online stakeholders as well. If there's any questions, please do feel free to drop them in the chat. On that note, on our side, I am happy to announce that lunch is served. Lunch is served. Yes, I think there's a question there. That's from the lady. To cold or no, we are not terrorists. We definitely can negotiate. Right, we definitely can negotiate, but like the war of the aircon will never be won wherever you go, but then we will find a compromise. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So let's maybe make our way back at 1:40. Lunch is going to be 45 minutes and it's served out that through that door. And is it 1:40? That's quarter to 2. 45 minutes, yes. What? Yes. Yeah, that's quarter to 2. What did I say? 1:40. 1:45. My goodness, mathematics. Ibalo. Thank you very much, and to all of our stakeholders online, please, 45 minutes as well lunch. Thank you.
Unantsika uHeidi besithi ubengaboni phaya.
Oh,
So that's why ndizocheck.
okay, you need to stand here. Mauzo, mafuna ukubona. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can we request that everyone makes their way back into the conference hall? I think we're running 3 minutes late. Apologies for that. We had to lock the conference hall to protect, computers, phones, and purses that are in this hall. Let's also apologize to our online virtual stakeholders that are joining us online. We're running just a few minutes late. Please apologies for that. And without wasting too much time, I'm going to call Ms. Ncumisa Khumalo, who's the manager for learning programs, who's going to speak on discretionary grants, compliance, evaluation, and disbursement processes. So I also encourage you to please sit through for that. And tomorrow we're having also an interesting program whilst I'm promoting, the following day that I encourage you to also attend tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be speaking to partnerships, accreditations, moderations, finance, monitoring, and evaluation. And I encourage you all to please, please, please clear your diaries, because I'm sure we did book you for 2 days, right? So please make your way tomorrow and come through tomorrow. Mumisa, if you are ready, I'm ready too. Let's just get the show rolling. And yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you all enjoyed lunch. Thank you. Just one small announcement to all the stakeholders that are attending physically. On your tables, you will see we've placed a survey that we're please asking you to complete for us. I need those for feedback, letting us know how your experience has been, the different speakers. Please can we ask you to complete that when you get a moment, and we'll be collecting those before we close today. Tomorrow there'll be a day 2-1, and to all of our online stakeholders, you will be emailed a survey soon as well. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Okay, for those that are outside, please make your way in. This is your most important session. We're talking big money. You don't want to miss out. We welcome our guests online. So this is the time to take out your notebooks and get ready. As indicated, my name is Ncumisa Khumalo. I am the manager for learning programs within the Food Bev Seta. We are going to be looking at DG evaluation processes, contracting and learner registration processes. So that is the gist of my presentation. However, we thought it's prudent for us to also provide the context or the framework within which we disperse those grants. So if you're looking at my presentation outline, we are going to touch very, very briefly on the National Development Plan priorities as linked to the post-school education and training sector.
And we will also be looking at understanding sectoral skills needs. There we just really touch and go. Lisandra, did justice to how we develop our sector skills plan, which then informs the rest of the work that we do as Food Bev Seta. And then we're going to locate the work that we do with you as our stakeholders in partnership. When we're talking funding, when we're talking registration of learners, and in terms of the functions of the Seta. And then, of course, Heidi did talk to the regulations. We are going to look at the Seta grant regulations as they relate to discretionary grants. And then we'll be looking in detail at our funding, eligibility, and qualifying criteria. All right. I think we are quite familiar. If you have any interactions with government in general, you will be quite familiar with the National Development Plan. But there are just a few things that we wanted to highlight from the NDP as we engage in matters relating to the post-school education and training sector. If you're looking at that pyramid, right there at the very top, you have raising employment through faster economic growth. That's the outcome, the work that we do. We are trying to get to that pinnacle. But in between, there's some work that we need to do as a Seta, and there's some work that we need to do as partners in the post-school education and training sector. Now, for us as the Food and Beverages Seta, the key thing is to build the capacity of the state to play a developmental and transformational or transformative role. What we mean about that, you would understand that as a Seta, we are a public entity as listed in the Public Finance Management Act. We fall under the Department of Higher Education and Training. Now, what government is saying is that for us to deliver on the noble objectives of the National Development Plan, we have a responsibility and a duty to build our own capacity. Now, also as Food Bev Seta, we must build our own capacity to deliver on skills development within our sector. So there we're talking about our own processes, that we need to design processes that are user-friendly, easy to be understood by our stakeholders. And for us to be able to do that, it's the valuable input that we get from yourselves to say, Food Bev Seta, your processes are cumbersome in this area. You can do better if you do 1, 2, and 3. We welcome those suggestions because we want to build an institution that is responding to the needs of our sector. From our processes, also in terms of the ICT systems that we use, the Indicium system that we are currently using to apply for these discretionary grants, it must be a system that is user-friendly. It must be futuristic. It must make our lives easier. So that is what we're talking about when we are saying we're building the capability of the Food Bev Seta to deliver on our mandate. So we're not preaching skills development to our stakeholders. We are preaching that same gospel internally. Now we have a responsibility then to say, as we build our own capacity, let that capacity gear towards improving the quality of education, skills development, and innovation in our sector. So when we're talking to our accreditation processes. We want to improve the quality of the training that is taking place in our sector. When we conduct due diligence, we go and visit our small companies. We're trying to establish whether that institution has capacity to train on the qualification that they have applied for. So at the end, with all these things, we want to raise employment. So if we are providing relevant skills, quality skills, we believe then that will go a long way in raising employment within the food and beverages sector. Now, I said we'll touch briefly really on understanding sectoral skills needs. Lysandra spoke in detail on how we develop our sector skills plan. But what I want to emphasize, and I think both Heidi and Lysandra have really emphasized the role of the skills development facilitators within our organizations, within our employer companies. You know, the role that you play as SDFs is so critical in the sense that it informs the work that we do. So when you conduct those skills audits in your organizations, when you plan the skills that are going to be required by your organization in this changing environment, to look into the future, to say, now there's been COVID, we are changing the way we do business. So what are the skills that we are going to need to respond to our changing nature of work? The WSP processes seek to then collect that information so that we can have a sector skills plan that responds not only to the skills needs of today, but to the skills needs of tomorrow. That information goes to our institutions of higher learning, the TVET colleges. They also have a duty to ensure that their curriculum is responding to those futuristic needs. That is why we are saying we're promoting access in a fourth industrial revolution environment. Now, so at an organizational level, it's quite then critical that it's relevant information that is produced, because that information, it doesn't really stay within Food Bev Seta. It then informs this national priority skills list that the Minister of Higher Education pronounces on. So when you hear him pronouncing that these are the skills that are needed by the country, it came largely from what you have fed to the sitters. So your work becomes very critical. All right, we are still on the framework before we get to the application process. Now, we thought we should bring the functions of a SETA to this particular forum so that you can understand the framework within which we do our work, and also understand the parameters within which we must also do our work. Firstly, we have a responsibility to establish learning programs. And you will see when we are projecting our funding framework that we have learning programs, and learning programs are those programs that have a workplace component to them. There we are talking about our pivotal programs, your professional, technical, occupational and academic programs. So we have your learnerships, we have your apprenticeships, we have your skills programs, We have your internships, work experience, work integrated learning internships, candidacy programs, and RPL, whether on a learnership or the ARPL, which is your artisan recognition of prior learning. We also have a responsibility, as Heidi has indicated, to approve the workplace skills plans and the annual training reports. And that relates to the mandatory grant that Heidi spoke in detail about. We also have to allocate grants in the prescribed manner and also in accordance with any prescribed standards and criteria. And the criteria is what I'll be going into detail on. And this is now the gist of my presentation, which relates to the discretionary grant processes within the food and beverages sector. We also then have to identify workplaces for practical work experience. I think there was a lady earlier that spoke to the challenges that they have in placing learners with disabilities in industry. Now, our role as SETAs is to bridge that gap between supply and demand. How do we facilitate those linkages between employers and providers so that those learners with disabilities, they have places to go to? So it's not just the SETA alone. That is why when we have forums of this nature, this becomes a networking session for both providers and employers. You must talk to each other. If you see an SDF from Distel, from Parmalat, as a training provider, babambe ngebhaji. What do you call that in English? Hold them with their hand and say, let's discuss skills development. Let's discuss placement of my learners. Let's do that partnership. Okay, then we also have a responsibility to then register agreements for learning program. Of course, we register our agreements in line with the 2018 workplace-based learning program agreement regulations. Okay, with regards to the SETA grant regulations, we have a responsibility as a SETA to approve the discretionary grant policy. Now, in that policy, we need to specify the funds that we're going to be allocating for each learning program. So on an annual basis, we review our funding policy as influenced by what has transpired during the preceding year. And that policy becomes approved or is approved by our accounting authority. And we make the policy available on our website so that our stakeholders can intimate themselves with the content of the funding framework so that they can respond appropriately in the application process. So key thing there is that when we're reviewing this discretionary grant policy, what must come out is those principles that are outlined in the Public Finance Management Act that talk to transparency, that talks to openness, that talks to access. How are our programs accessible to people in rural areas? How are our programs accessible for people living with disabilities? And as we evaluate applications that we receive, we also have to uphold the principle of fairness. Now, also in this funding policy, we have to provide a mechanism for member organizations and other stakeholders to access the discretionary grant application. So you will see as we go along that in our criteria, we have covered these. And in our policy, we have covered this. Again, the policy is available on our website. Okay, this is the funding model. We receive, as Heidi has indicated, a skills levy that is collected by SARS in terms of the Skills Development Levies Act. Now, employers are obligated to pay 1% of their payroll. Now, 20% of your 1%, it goes to the National Skills Fund. And then 10%, it is used by the Seta for administration purposes. And the 0.5 there, it goes to the QCTO for the work that the QCTO is doing in terms of those qualification development processes and so forth. And Mr. Llewellyn Van Sale will be talking to that tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. And then the mandatory grant is 20%. So what Heidi was talking about earlier is that 20% to say if you submit an acceptable WSP and ATR, you are then eligible to receive that 20%. So as I have said earlier, I'm the one who's sitting with a bigger pot here. That's 49.5%. That is the fund that we use for our discretionary grant projects. Out of that 49.5%, you have 80% that goes to pivotal programs, those programs with a work experience component, those learnership that I spoke to, skills programs, apprenticeship programs, and so forth. And then the 20% goes to non-pivotal programs. And those non-pivotal programs, it would be our research processes, it would be our qualification development processes, and projects that are special. And Mr. Mkiti will be talking to those special projects tomorrow. Okay, this is now the funding framework. In this funding framework, it's the name of the learning program, the funds that we are allocating per learner, and the duration of the learning program, as well as explanatory notes. I think this is about 6 slides, so I'm not going to go through each one of these. However, the slides will be shared with you. But for starters, we have adult education and training, and we provide 5,000 per learner there, and the duration of that program is 6 months. So you would know that for one to pass an IET level, they have to do both numeracy and literacy. So we will be providing 2.5 for literacy at level 1 and 2.5 for literacy at level 1 and so forth. And then for around ARPL, artisans, those where we're recognizing your prior learning, we're paying about 5,000 rand. That is for the RPL assessment process, where you are bringing in your testimonial letters that say you've worked there and this is what you have done. You present that portfolio to an RPL advisor that then assesses that information in line with the trade that you would want to be RPL'd against. And then if there's any gap, then that is discovered through that RPL assessment process, then we're funding that gap training with 50,000 rand. Then for your artisans, your apprenticeships, it's 206,290 over a 3-year period. Yeah, I think I wanted to talk to bursaries for employed. It's 50,000 there. Then you have your bursaries for research, masters and PhD. Okay, there are the amounts: 120 for masters and 150 for PhD. Now, the obviously the most important part for us there is that you must be doing research within the food and beverages sector for us to to recommend or approve your application. And the other key thing there is that for your PhD students, you must have already registered. It means that your topic must already be approved when you apply for funding within the food and beverages sector. Now, for learnerships, we are funding unemployed learners 58,000. And I think for unemployed learners on a learnership, people with disabilities, there is a top up there. So we're funding 82,000 because we understand that to train a learner with a disability, you need more resources. They may be blind, needing braille or any other assistance. Hence, we are providing a disability grant to show that we are supporting the training of people living with disabilities within the food and beverages sector. Okay, that goes for both employed and unemployed people living with disabilities. There is a special grant for those. Then you have your lecturer development programs. Are there any TVET colleges from the Western Cape? Yes, not Link. Ewe, ewe. And then, Konje, which other one did we have from Eastern Cape? Buffalo City. So where is it West Coast and False Bay? College of Cape Town. Yes, yes. Okay, when we're talking lecturer development, we're talking to yourselves as, as TVET college lecturers. Key thing there, what we want to achieve, in fact, what is in the National Skills Development Plan, is the development of lecturers, particularly the placing of lecturers within industry, so that the curriculum that you teach, you can have appreciation of what is happening when you send your products to industry. So please come on board when we advertise this lecturer development program, particularly when we're saying, let's place our lecturers that are lecturing subjects within the food and beverages sector in our industries. And also, as our employers, raise your hand and say, I want to host those lecturers, because that's how we begin to create those lasting and sustainable partnerships going forward. All right, as I have said, I'm not going to go through the whole funding framework. You are going to get the slides and you can go into details. And also, this framework is within our discretionary grant funding policy. But one thing that I want to talk to in detail is to answer the question, who is eligible to receive a discretionary grant fund from the food and beverages Seta. Number one there is your public education and training institution, which is your CET colleges and your TVET colleges, your universities, and your universities of technology, which are public institutions. So there we don't have your private colleges or private universities or private training providers. And I think this is the exclusion then of private institutions of higher learning. If you look at the white paper on post-school education and training, there is an emphasis there that is placed by the head to say we believe that for us to be able to deliver on skills development, we have to do it, we have to strengthen the capacity of our public institutions of learning because they are accessible to those marginalized communities, particularly in your rural areas and so forth. And then you have our levy-paying employers. They are eligible to apply for discretionary grant. And also our non-levy-paying entities that are operating within the food and beverages Seta. Those are the people that we are going to be giving a grant to. And also our NGOs, community organizations, cooperatives that are operating within the food and beverages Seta. Now, I cannot overemphasize this particular point. There are so many NGOs, they're operating in various spaces, but our funding is strictly for those NGOs that are playing a role within the food and beverages sector. So if you are an NGO that does go-karting, I don't know what that is, yeah, but if your area of specialization is that, yes, you are in an NGO, tick. However, you are not eligible for funds within the food and beverages Seta. So if you are an NGO that is brewing umqombothi, as an example, you are an NGO that's falling within the food and beverages sector. So go on and brew and apply for funds. Okay, and if you are then a cooperative also, you must operate within the food and beverages sector. Now, we also fund government entities. It's the same also with government entities. They must show us if you are a Department of Trade and Industry and you are applying for funds from Food Bev Seta, you must show us how are these funds going to contribute to our sector. Then we'll consider your application. So just because you are listed there as in a government entity that can apply, it doesn't mean that if you want to, what are government departments doing? Yeah, if you're doing something related to home affairs, for example, you cannot apply for funds within the food and beverages Seta. You must be doing some work that is about building this particular sector. We also fund organized labor, your trade unions. Are there any trade unions in here? Okay, no trade unions. So I won't go into detail about that one, but when you meet them in the streets during a march, you must tell them that if they are operating within the food and beverages Seta, they can apply for funding to build the capacity of their shop steward so that they can engage intelligently in the skills development debate. All right, and what is the qualifying criteria for discretionary grants? The first thing there is that you must be up to date with levy payments. So if you are an entity that is required by the Skills Development Levies Act to contribute a skills levy, you must not be behind with your payments for us to consider your application. Now, if you are a non-levy paying entity, it means your payroll is less than 500,000 per annum, and therefore you are exempted from contributing a skills levy. Yes, we will consider you, However, you must prove then to us. You're not going to phone me and say, no, I'm exempted. You must show me in a piece of paper that you are exempted. It can be an exemption letter from SARS EMP 201, or it can be a letter from your accounting firm that confirms that your annual payroll is less than 500,000. We will consider those documents when we are evaluating your application. Then your Annex 2, which is your WSP and ATR, you must have submitted your Annex 2 as well as a pivotal plan for the 2021 period, because we have our funding window currently open, and the funding window is closing on the 28th of February, and we will start with our evaluation processes in March. So we will be considering your last year's submission, your WSP ATR pivotal planning report that you submitted in April 2021. And if you had received an extension, it would be those that you submitted on the 31st of May 2021. Now, for your exempted companies, because you wouldn't have submitted a WSP because you are not required to, so you will have to provide a simplified pivotal plan that you are intending to train learners on those programs that have a workplace a component. We're emphasizing the aspect of workplace component because you're not only getting a theoretical qualification, but you also, if your qualification had a workplace component, you're also getting that work experience that makes you more employable or gives you an opportunity to start your own business. Now, if you are applying for programs like your learnerships, your skills programs, your IET that require accreditation, you must provide during the application period your proof of accreditation. Now, a accreditation letter certificate that just says a company ABC is accredited will not be sufficient. The accreditation letter must indicate or must list the qualification that you are applying for. So you're not just accredited in space, you are accredited for a specific qualification that you are applying for. So we'll be looking at that as we evaluate your applications. Also, if you are an employer, you are applying for learnerships, whether employed or unemployed, or skills programs employed or unemployed, you need to submit a letter from the training provider that says that they have agreed to partner with you in this application process. So the letter cannot be on Distel's letterhead and signed by Distel's SDF. That letter is not acceptable. It must be a letter from the College of Cape Town as an example. If you are going to be using the College of Cape Town as your training provider for a particular learnership or skills program, the letter must be on the college's letterhead and signed by the college's representative. Then your application must be in support of the scarce and critical skills as outlined by Ulisanda earlier. Now, if your application is for a program that is not listed in those scarce and critical skills, that priority list, those list of hard to fill vacancies. We're not saying don't apply. We are saying, yes, you may apply. However, you must provide us with a motivation letter to say, why are you deviating from the list of our priority skills, the list of our scarce and critical skills? Now remember, the reason why we're saying the work that you do as SDFs is very important, it's because it is you that fed that information into our SSP to say, in our sector, these are the skills that we are struggling to fill. And therefore, you have informed us that we must prioritize those skills that you yourselves have identified. Now, if you come back and say to us, I don't want any of these things, you must provide us with reasons. Why are you deviating? Now, those reasons must be reasons with substance. Our operations have changed, you know, we used to, what's the word? We used to use, what is this thing? The hoe that you use. So now there is a new technology that is out there that we're now going to use to harvest our grapes and what have you. And as a result, we no longer need to skill people on using a hoe. Now we need to skill people on using that new machine. That becomes a valid reason for us. There's a certain thought process, there's a significant change that has happened that then warrants that particular change. In those instances, we'll then consider your application. Also, you must have a very good learner track record. It means that we have funded you in the previous financial years, and you have successfully trained and closed your projects for us to consider you in the current window. Now, we are sitting with a challenge where we funded stakeholders in 2018 and 2019 financial year for an IET program that's supposed to take 6 months. And those projects are not yet closed. Now, you are saying to us, in instances like that, that I'm not able to implement my projects successfully. Therefore, FoodBev Seta don't consider me for funding in the future. But we are not closing you out because we are generous like that. What we are saying is that now explain to us in a motivation during the application process, explain to us why you have not been able to close these projects. Now, reasons like the SDF resigns, that is not a valid reason. Because in terms of your risk management strategy, you should have identified those and put in mitigating measures to deal with issues like that. Now, critical, in your letter, we're not ticking that the letter has been submitted. You can submit a motivation. We're looking into the letter. Does it explain why the training has not been finalized? And two, does it provide date when the project will be closed so that we can hold you to your word in that particular letter? Now, finally, we're looking at your authorization of the grants application. Now, Heidi spoke to this as well in as far as mandatory grants are concerned. We also, this side of discretionary grants, we also have the same challenge where stakeholders, you know, put in all the details and don't sign the authorization page, and then the application is not compliant. Now, in all of these criteria, we don't close, I mean, we have a progressive and a developmental approach to how we're managing our grants, because despite the fact that we have these criteria, during the evaluation period, we provide our stakeholders with an opportunity to submit those outstanding documents. Now, if we give you 15 days in our current policy, and we are revising that 15 days, because that 15 days is a very long time, and it delays our processes. We want to revise it down to 3 days. So if you don't submit within those 15 days as it is, then your application becomes unsuccessful. All right, so that is our criteria. Any questions on the criteria? Very clear. Let's move on to the evaluation process. Now, this is just to show you how the process goes within a food bev. So once you have submitted your applications and the system has closed on the 28th of February, we generate the list of stakeholders who have applied, and that list goes through the compliance committee. So that compliance committee is really looking at, did you submit all the necessary documents that were required? And then we go to the evaluation committee that now interprets all that information that you have submitted. It's the committee that will be reading your letters, that will be looking at your accreditation letters, that will be looking at all your motivations that you have submitted. And then from the evaluation committee, it goes to the adjudication committee. Now, the adjudication committee, critically, they are looking at whether the process was fair. I've noted you that side. You can raise your question.
Yes, and Misa, it is indeed clear and very clear. What I need to find out in this regard is the itemization of the necessary documentation that one needs to upload when we do the processes, because that always remains not clear, so as to avoid the whole comeback situation of supply us with this, supply us with it. We do know that normally the system will say, upload this, but is there no way in which it can be itemized, you know, ahead of time? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Maybe I should pose a follow-up, because currently, as Adele will show on the system, that we do have a list of what documents need to be uploaded. So what you are looking for, if I understand you correctly, is to say, for instance, as I was saying, your motivation letter for learners behind schedule. We must provide a reason why learners were behind schedule. And number two, provide a date when those learners will complete. Is that the kind of itemization that you're talking to?
Not really. I'm not really sure. You know, maybe I'm going to bring some complications here. Pertaining to the lady who just took off from the platform after you, before you, in itself, you know, the solo growth process now has been such a complication. I was hoping that it's going to be dealt with, you know, later or maybe sometime in the process. I'm not sure how it reconciles with the same story, because that in itself, at the moment, it turns out to be a bit of a nightmare. You know what I mean? It's a struggle for us to upload. We struggled the whole of December, for instance, to upload. The whole of January, we struggled to upload. And I think by the third week of January, that's the only time we were able to get into uploading systems. Even now, I'm not sure if any of us here, or maybe who are listening virtually, are able to even enter into the system now to start the process for the very applications, because it's not there. It's neither here nor there. You are told, it's not in the same system. It's still remaining with solid growth somewhere out there. I'm
Okay.
not that much of a technological person, but I'm not sure if somebody can align my thinking around that. So
Okay.
there are no uploads up until now, maybe from Friday, because we've been battling the whole time. But now if the lady says the documentations are there, I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing them. I do remember you do see 3 or 4. But once you start uploading, you get one request after the next, one request. Give us the pivot plan, give us the pivot plan report, give us the motivational letter. Okay, you're going to give that, all of that you think you have, all of that you think you've got, the accreditation letter, you think you've got all of those things, the implementation plan, you think you've got all of those things, but all of these other things keep on surfacing after. So I was just saying, the moment before you sit, just when you sit down to upload, can there be just not maybe something, a soft copy that can be visible, that prepare the following documentations. It shouldn't be hiding and surfacing every time you try to upload, because that disrupts the system. I'm not sure if my question is
No,
clear. Maybe
I
the
think
audience.
I've got your question. Mr. Mkiti, you wanted to respond to that? Mr. Mkiti, I think you need a mic.
Thanks for the, actually I take it it's a suggestion. Oh, they say I've got instructions to stand up. Okay, no, what I'm saying, I think it's a suggestion in terms of, at the beginning, I was also not so clear to say what is meant by itemized build, to itemize all the actions that should be required. But I think maybe right at the beginning, if I get the lady well, to say, as part of this process, these are the things that you will have to require. I think what is being avoided is to say, you will go through, let's say you load, you go through whatever is required to register as an SDF, and then what is required to deviate. So I think the issue of itemized, it's more, they want to make sure that at the end of the day, all the things right at the beginning, they are listed. That list is provided. I think the intention is to say, by the time they start to apply, they've prepared all those. Unlike maybe then you'll go through step 1, step 2, step 3. When you come to step 4, which requires maybe accreditation, you only realize, oh, by the way, I've got accreditation, but I don't have it maybe somewhere on my system to can upload it. I think that's what you indicate, if I get you well, in terms of having it upfront so that you know all the things that ultimately you will have to upload. Yeah, I
Okay, there's a hand there at the back. If maybe they can get the mic.
yeah, but I think as part of this specific application process, it might not be there. I think maybe going forward, it's something that we'll have to see how do we build it into the system.
Hello. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to speak under correction, and I'm hoping I'm able to assist you. But I think what she's referring to, so under your DG application document uploads, there's a long list of requirements in terms of applications that you made. So whether that be your implementation plan, your pivotal report, or your motivation. But I think what she needs clarity on, so if you apply for work experience or for internships, that there is a standard document that shows all the list of documentation that's required. So if you go to DG Uploads, you have certain documentations prepared, but now when you scroll down the long list, now you're realizing, but oh, I needed to do a motivation for non-pivotal or non-hard to fill vacancies. Oh, I need to have a motivation letter for this as well. But you don't realize that up until you get your DG or your documentation upload. And I know at the last or the previous capacity workshop we had as well, there were also one of the things that I specifically asked to say, what is this last element, which is a signed contract? And that is so not clarified. So if you are a first-time SDF and you need to upload documentation, it's not always clear in terms of what documentations do you upload for which program, if it makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much. Adele is here, and of course we are working towards improving our systems, as Mr. Mkiti has indicated. And we are reviewing our system to move to the SIMS, and those are some of the things that we'll then have in place. What we have currently is that all these documents are listed in our policy, and our understanding is that before you attempt to apply for a discretionary grant, you would have gone through our policy and packaged your documents in line with the evaluation criteria. But we appreciate, as I've said earlier, that we're also building the capacity of the Seta to respond adequately to the needs in our sector. So those are the things that we'll be putting in our new system going forward. All right. Okay, let's continue. Is there another question? Oh, okay, let's continue. And then we're talking to the adjudication committee. From the adjudication committee, then the grant goes to the award committee, and from the award committee, it goes to the accounting authority, and then we provide you with feedback. All right, now those are just the steps. In terms of how this process unfolds, you have our grant recipient, which would be yourself if your grant application was successful. You have the responsibilities of the Seta, and you also have the Seta and grant recipient. So as a grant recipient, your responsibility, key thing is to submit a well-prepared application with all the necessary supporting documents. And from our side is to then do that evaluation and issue you with an award letter or an intention to award you. And if you accept that intention, we'll give you a contract, a discretionary grant funding contract. So you then have a responsibility to sign that funding contract. We also sign it, and then we can start with the implementation. Now, the closing date for the discretionary grant application is Monday, the 28th of February, 2022. There will be no extensions. If you miss that deadline, ikshile pass. Now, these are the challenges that we experience in this process. Yes, SDFs that have a challenge with accessing the system. We do have a team that's working on those queries around the clock to ensure that you are able to access the system. But the most important thing is that don't wait until the 27th of February to say you need access to the system, because there are approval processes in place. Chances are you will request that access on the 27th, and MISA that must approve your application is here at a workshop and won't see that approval. And I will see it on the 1st of March after the workshops are done. So don't wait until the last minute. And now is the right time. In fact, now you are late because we opened on the 5th of December and now we are in February. So which means applications, should have really come through. And we appreciate those SDFs that we're submitting already from last year. Now, the other challenge is that online applications are created, you capture, you access the system, you complete all the learning programs that you want to apply for, you list all your numbers, you tell us that you are going to do 100 learners of people living with disabilities, but then you don't press the submit button. Then you hear from your colleagues saying, yo, I've received my allocation letter from FoodBev, and you are angry, and you write an email with exclamation marks, I have not received my feedback on my application. And then I go to the system, I check, here is this long application, submit button not pressed. You did not submit the application. I will do a screenshot and send it to you. So please check that you have submitted. Once you press the submit button, you receive a notification that you have submitted. So if you think you have submitted, but you don't have that notification, please, that is the right time to call me or call any of my colleagues. If you don't call and you call in April, when other people have got allocation, I will not be able to assist you. The authorization page must be signed and sent to the Seta. So if you haven't done that, as I have said earlier, we provide our stakeholders with an opportunity to remedy their mistakes, but not the submit. All the other documents, you have an opportunity to make a correct submission, but there is no other opportunity for pressing that submit button. So that is very important. Then you have late submission of learner enrollment documents. Now, this is a big one for us, and I must say that during the 2021-22 financial year, our approvals were late. We approved late, and we take that responsibility. But we then provided timelines to our stakeholders in terms of when you must submit your learner documents. Now, this is very important that our funding is within specific financial years. So when we allocate a grant for the 2022-23 financial year, which is the grant that is open, it means that all those funds must be confined in or committed in signed contract and registered learners by the 31st of March. So if your learners are not registered by the 31st of March, we have no other option but to withdraw our funding, because those funds were for a specific year. So it becomes very important that documents are submitted on time and documents are submitted with the requisite supporting documents, which is your certified ID, your proof of employment for employed learners, your contract of employment for unemployed learners, and so forth and so forth. I see a hand at the back. If you can please just share a mic.
That's fine. Sorry, did you hear me? Woo! Loud. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to find out, so the window's open now, it's closing at the end of Feb. Is it for this window where all learners must be registered by the 31st of March? No?
No.
Did I understand that? Okay.
Yes, okay, let me just clarify maybe for the sake of the house.
Thank you.
The window that is open now, closing on the 28th of February 2022, that window is funding for the SETA's financial year 1 April 2022 until 31 March 2023. So all the enrollments that relate to the current open window must happen from the 1st of April. Hence, I had indicated that during the month of March, possibly going to April, we will be busy with the evaluation processes. So the likelihood is that somewhere during May, you will then receive feedback from the SETA in as far as this grant is concerned. Okay, there's a question there. Mike, please. Can you stand up, ma'am?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I understand the SETA funding model is per financial year, right? Now there are programs or interventions that exceed a year. For instance, it might be 18 months or whatever program that the company or the organization or the college is applying for is a qualification that is about 182 credits, which exceeds a year's funding. Then how do we, as applicants, get further funding for the next year or the period that is more than 12 months period, as your funding model is only for a year? Because at times you apply for funding and then the WIL program is 18 months or a qualification that is more than 12 months. But then if you've applied for that year, then what's going to happen in the next year? Do you make a motivation that because I've applied previously and then I have not completed the qualification, but then the funding model was only for a year? I just need clarity on that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mkiti, do you want to take that one?
Thank you. Thanks for the question raised, but I think it would be proper if maybe we cite an example, because in terms of funding, if we find, for instance, a program which is, let's say, from the TVET colleges where they get work experience for 18 months, then obviously the funding will be linked to the 18 months. And if it's a learnership, because it's a 12-month program, so the program, the funding will be linked to 12 months. So the funding duration, it's linked to the duration of that particular program. So it's not like it's all of them are 12 months. Let's say, for instance, when we fund for the apprenticeship, the 206,000, that is linked to a period of 3 years plus, because that's how we fund the apprenticeship program. But I'm not sure where, unless maybe in case for your planning, maybe that affects you to say, when we go to the next year, you still got learners from the previous year. I think if I get you well, it might also be something that maybe you do not know how to take on other learners, whereas the other learners, they were in a system for the past 12 months and they will still be in a system. But in terms of the funding, it is related and linked to the duration of that specific program.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mkiti. I've just flighted the slide that talks to Will. You will notice there that for non-engineering courses which require 18 months, we provide that 54,000. But for learners that are engineering and need 24 months, then we provide additional funding to cover for the other amount. So our fundings are aligned to the programs, that to the duration rather of the program. Thank you very much. Let's go back. Is there any other question? All right. All right. There's a question there. Please stand up.
Hello. Just as you played back, on the question with the trade unions, though they're not here, I also meet them on the streets. I just want to know, do you pay for the cookers or / catering staff, or do you cover the factory workers, like those who produce food related, or who are in the food factory, whatever the English word is? So the question is, are you covering for the catering staff / the cookers, or are you catering for the factory workers? Are you more interested in the production of food with your funding, so far as the trade union category is concerned?
Okay, thank you very much. I think our CEO alluded to this in her presentation in the morning, where we were talking about processing, packaging, but the caterers, they fall in a different Seta. So those ones will not cover in our funding. So also when we're looking at the type of union representativity in our sector, we're talking about those unions that are in that category. Okay.
With that kind of information?
Okay. I'm going to request Lisanda to respond to that question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mike, please. Lisanda, please look at the camera for our stakeholders online.
What about these stakeholders that are here? I'm kidding. No, just to respond to that question, we have outlined our unions that we have in the sector in the SSP document that I presented earlier. So it will do you good to just open that SSP. It's got a lot of information that will assist you pertaining to what we respond to as the Seta, pertaining to skills as well as unions, associations that we have within our sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? Any hand? Okay, yes. Can you please stand, Baba, so they can give you the mic?
Okay, Ingos, Kwanele Makeleni, Zendeland Resources. Can you really explain? I'm not finding the explanation on the criteria used to fund and document RPL. What is your funding policy for RPL? I really need an explanation there. What kind of criteria do you use to fund RPLs, candidates, whatever?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to just fly to that slide that talks to RPL. Okay. So for RPL, we funding 55,000. Now the 5,000 is for the assessment process. Now from the SETA's perspective, it would be an applicant, an employer, applying to take their employees through an RPL process. We will then fund for that application. But we're not going into that detail to say, now this is the implementation part, I think what you are talking to say now that you have this funding, that is now on your side as the employer, to say you will take your people through an RPL process. Now say that RPL assessment process is 100,000. We are just funding 5,000 towards that RPL process. Now, once you are, let me use maybe a millwright. You have maybe 5 or 6 tasks there at the trade test center. So during the assessment process, you are found then competent in 2 of those. Then it means there is a gap on the other outcomes of that qualification. So that therefore means you must undertake a learning intervention that will then give you the balance of the standards. So we are saying the 50,000 is going towards that training that you will need to close the gaps so that you can obtain the full qualification. I don't know if you are clarified.
Good afternoon, Colette Tennyson from Southwood. I'm just also wanting to follow up on your RPL. That's specifically RPL for apprenticeships and artisans. What is your RPL funding model for learnerships for employed learners, please?
I'm trying to find it in the slides. I know that we didn't have a target. Yes, okay, we didn't have a target for RPL learnerships. Hence, you don't find it here in these slides.
There's no specific funding that you give to RPL for employed learners?
Not at this stage.
Yeah.
So we are taking that comment going forward because then it suggests there is a need. Okay, let's go back to the last. Is there another question? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether this will be addressed, but this was just with regards to the funding that needs to be dispersed when you close off certain learners. And this was a question that I posed to Mashoro as well, just with regards to the ABET level 4 learners. So I know to close them off, you need to have them found competent by the IEB, but our current learners are with the benchmark assessment agency, and on your grant funding policy, it specifically requests that they need to have submitted the level 4 certificate from the IEB. So will Benchmark Assessment Agency also qualify in a sense of getting our funding for completion for level 4 ABET learners?
Okay, I'm trying to check if Mr. Van Sale is here to respond to that question from the quality assurance side.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Louis. They are bringing the mic. Please stand and face the camera for our stakeholders online.
Oh, making me work for my lunch. Okay, so the question, if I heard you correctly, was that at level 4 needs to be quality assured by the IEB or Umalusi. Is that correct? Okay. And you're saying that you as a provider also quality assured NQF level 4? Um, yeah, we'll have to look at that offline. I've never heard of that institution before. It's always been IEB or Umalusi for AID. Hmm. Yeah. Benchmark Assessment Agency. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Colette. Thank you. We'll speak to you offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. These are our contact details. As indicated, Mr. Mgidi, Ms. Foba, for mandatory grants, special projects, artisans and bursaries, and then it's myself for IED learnerships and skills programs. And we do have a team back in Johannesburg that you are familiar with that deals with all the operational matters relating to the implementation of discretionary grants. I think we've exhausted our questions already during the presentation. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your engagement. Much appreciated.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And just to respond to the unions that are aligned to the food and beverages manufacturing seat, or rather the food section or sectors, is FAU, the Food and Allied Workers Union, as well as the Federal Council of Retail and Allied Workers, FedCROW, I think that's how it's pronounced, National Union of Food, Beverage, Wine, Spirits, and Allied Workers. So those are the three unions that rather we would work with or support. Right, and then the other question was in regards to RPLs, and the response I got is the reason was that we did not receive applications for RPL learners in the past. So we've just really battled with just the sector to submit those. That is the reason there. Right. So all clear? All clear. Thank you very much. Graveyard shift. We're moving to the last bit of today's program. And without wasting too much time, Adele van Brakel, you are next, ma'am. Adele. All right, so she's going to be speaking to discretionary grants online submission systems. And yeah, so that's another interesting part. And I'm glad that there is questions or rather recommendations that are coming on how we can improve these systems further. This is us aligning ourselves with the fourth industrial revolution, because in the past, people would have to drop off reams and reams of paperwork. It was worse. So is it going to get better? Definitely it will get better. Is it perfect right now? It's not 100% perfect, but we're much better than where we used to be. So the more questions and the more recommendations we're getting, that is why we have the team from Solid Growth will continuously make sure that we improve on these systems. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. It's Adele speaking from Solo Grove. Am I audible to everyone? Everyone can hear and see. Without any delay, let me jump into the DG application process. You will see that the link is available on the live website from FoodBev Seta. You need to go and click on grants, then follow the mandatory grant link, and then you will be having this landing page whereby you will see that on the far right-hand side, there is a stakeholder registration, and in brackets, it's indicating for discretionary grants. If maybe I can just get a feel in the audience, is there someone that is going to apply for the first time? And is there also maybe some existing stakeholders that are going to reapply for this current financial year? Any new ones that need to apply? Okay, and then I assume the others are existing ones. Okay, so you need to go and click on the register button. You will see that exactly the same as for the SDF details that you need to complete. You also need to complete this section with regards to the discretionary grants. So you need to select your title. Just for completeness, I am going to complete all the fields that are required so that I can take the newbies to the section and also with regards to the registration process in order to assist them. So for those who are familiar with the system, please just bear with me. It could also be that some of the stakeholders that are joining us via Teams are also not familiar with the process. Please take note that the system will do a verification on your ID number. So if you are going to type in your ID number incorrectly, it will state that your ID number is invalid. So then you just need to complete the fields with regards to home language, nationality, citizenship, the telephone number, and for those who are still using fax numbers, if you are not using a fax number, you can just apply 13 zeros, or you can put in the same fax number as the telephone number. Please make sure that you type in the correct cell phone number if you are using a cell phone. And then once again, a very important field, because all correspondence is going to come to this exact email address that you're going to capture. So please make sure you apply the current as well as a valid email address so that you are going to receive is it better? Thank you. So that you are going to receive all correspondence that is going to be sent through the system via the email address. You need to complete your address detail number 1, detail number 3, as well as the postal code. Once you type in the postal code, the municipality as well as the urban and the province will automatically be picked up from DA details. If you have the same email address as postal, you will see that there is a tick box where you can autofill if the email and, if the physical and the postal address are the same. You need to complete your highest certification. You need to say what is your current occupation. You also need to state the years of your occupation and as well as your experience. Okay. After you've completed the section, you need to go and click on Save and Proceed. And you will see that once all the required fields are then captured, you will then be navigated where you need to go and upload your letter of appointment as well as the company that you are going to represent in applying for the DG grant. So you need to go and firstly click on the magnifying glass. it will give you an option where you can go and type in your X numbers or your T number, your SDL number. In this demonstration purpose, I'm just going to type in a test organization. The system will then display the SDL number that is applicable to this company. You need to go and click on select, and then you also need to select the financial year which you are going to apply for, and then important, your letter of appointment. If you are going to represent, like for instance, Atlantic, you need to make sure that the letter that you are going to upload is in correspondence with the company that you are representing. You can save the information, and then most importantly, after you have saved, you will be able then to view the document that you have uploaded on your letter of appointment. And then most importantly, thereafter, you need to go and click on finalize application. So there's the button to finalize the application. Once the application has been successful, you will then receive an email with regards to the username and password that you can use. And it's going to be the same process. Foodbev Seta needs to approve your application, and then you will be granted access to apply for your discretionary grant. So let me log in using my credentials. I am going to select the DG module. The organization that I'm going to use is the one that I'm linked to. It's the one that I've just created there. So I'm going to click on search. In the dashboard, you will see that all the companies that you have been granted access will display in this specific section. If you are going to be more specific, you can also then use the search criteria, and then you will be directed to this company which you have filtered for. You will see that on the organization, there's a magnifying glass. You will then be directed to the DG application, whereby you need to select the financial year that you are going to apply for. Please do apply for the current financial year, 2022-2023. The DG type is learning programs, and there are the different learning programs that you can apply for. For an example, I'm going to use work experience for university graduates. You will see that next to that there's a create button. You need to click on create. And once you've clicked on create it, you will see that the learning program has been added to the list below. Okay. I then need to go and select the specific line. It will turn blue, and thereafter you are then able to view the application and also complete the application because it's not yet submitted. Okay, is everybody with me so far? Am I going too fast? Any questions? Nothing? Okay, you will also just please check on the chat if there's any questions that could be arising from the session. And then, okay, so I've selected the application. Now I need to go and complete the forms. Okay, you will see that for each and every learner intervention, there are different types of fields to be completed. You need to complete all the fields that are required. And you will see that if I want to take a shortcut, it will display all the required fields that are compulsory for completion. For the start and the end date, you can make use of the date picker. Okay, and then once again, it is with regards to the breakdown. So here we do not have any age group. If you are going to complete the forms, please do not remove the zeros. if you've got nothing to report or to apply for, please do not remove the zeros. Please don't leave it out blank. Okay, the start date should be within the DG application financial year. And this should be 04. Okay. Okay, so how many males and females do I have altogether? Can you see the check that it's currently doing here? If you are getting this error, the number of learners that I'm applying for is currently 12, but the system is returning an error to say that the race and gender breakdown is not correct, because these numbers also need to add up to 12. So just maybe for note, if you get this error, you need to ensure that the number of learners are the same as the ones that you are applying for. Okay, you will see that once that numbers are now corresponding, the record will be added to the bottom. Once again, there is an edit and remove all button. So if you want to go and do some edit work and see that you have now captured something incorrectly, you can go and click on edit. The record will be editable on top. And then after you have updated or made the changes that you requested, you can also then click on the update button. Okay. Sorry, I'm speaking to the audience here, and I also noticed that we are online. Apology for the online applicants. Okay, colleagues, so once you have done this, you need to go click on Back to DG Forms menu, and you will see that for the WSP applications, there were multiple forms and one submit button. For the DG application, it is different. There's one form that needs to be completed, and for each intervention that you are going to apply for, you need to submit that application. So you will see there is the Submit DG Application button, and it says that you are then now going to submit your application for DG funding. After submission, you will be unable to make any further changes to your application. Do you want to process? Okay. And then I need to go and click on OK. And the system will alert you to say that you have not uploaded these compulsory documents for this specific intervention that you are doing. Okay. We do take note with regards to the comment of a previous stakeholder where it is requested that the compulsory documents needs to be grouped per learning intervention so that it makes for the user easier to see which documents are compulsory per upload per intervention. Okay, so I need to go to the document upload section. There I need to go and submit my evidence. And once again, if you are going to upload, please make sure once again that your file name does not contain any special characters. You need to select the financial year. You also need to select the document that you are going to upload. You need to direct to the file where you saved your supporting documents. Once you have uploaded and selected your file to be uploaded, you will see that it turns green, and you can then click on upload. Just for training purposes, I'm just going to upload another one. And you will see that once the documents that you have uploaded for this specific intervention, for this application, the documents will display at the bottom. If you want to go and remove, you will see that there is a remove button so that you can later remove the document if it has been uploaded incorrectly or with a different file name. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the DG application. With regards to your authorization page, this is where you can get your authorization page. So you will see that if I click on this hyperlink, it will open the authorization page, and then you need to print it and make sure that the necessary people co-sign this document. It's one of the criteria that this document should be signed by the relative people before you go and upload it onto the application. So please make sure that you do upload it with the signatures attached. Okay, you will see that once I've then uploaded all the necessary documents, I can go and click on Submit DG Application. Upon submission, you will receive an email notification to say that you have successfully applied, and thereafter you can apply for another intervention. So please remember, as I've stated earlier, for the DG applications, you need to submit per intervention, and as soon as you have submitted, you will receive an automated email. Please also take note, if you did not receive your automated email, please follow up with FoodBev Seta so that they can investigate and see whether the application has reached the submission phase, else there should be another investigation to be launched. But normally you will see that the submission has been set as successful, and thereafter it will also be confirmed by an email. Colleagues, is there any questions for me? Any clarification required? As mentioned earlier, my statement does stand. I'm available. You are more than welcome to approach me after the session, and I will be gladly able to assist you. Thank you. Maki? Yeah. There's no questions for me. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sure.
I have permission that I don't have to stand up again.
No problem.
Okay, Adele, I just want to say now, for us, I don't know about the others, it has now become clearer as we follow you here. So we don't anticipate any problems when we go back to do that. But the past few days and few weeks, it was really bleak for us, so we didn't know whether we are coming or going. And thank you for that.
You are welcome, ma'am. Is there maybe something specific that you struggled with that maybe the other stakeholders can also take note of? Or was it just in general with regards to the application?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good. In regards with the authorization page, when you upload, yes, so you could face some struggles when you want to submit the application. So now when you take us through the whole process, it becomes more clear, and I think we are not going to face any problem.
That's super. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you
We
too.
wish you all the best for your submission. Remember, yes, deadline is the end of the month and time flies. Okay. Yes, please don't wait last minute. Okay. Anything else? Maybe on the chat?
Nothing on the chat so far. And if there's anything that you remembered that you need to know and remember is please press the submit button. You don't understand how many issues we've had based on that. And some of the feedback that we get from the stakeholders, they shout and there's exclamation marks, they use capital letters, they escalate to the CEO's office. Even she, once the deadline is passed, there is absolutely nothing she can do if you did not press the submit button. Remember, we are an audited organization. We report to the Auditor General of South Africa. So the auditors, they check if people did adhere to the set timelines. And if we draw outside of those lines, it's not a comfortable conversation. It doesn't end well. So please press the submit button. And maybe what we need to do, Adele, is, I don't know, just for me, like, you know, like where the submit button is at the top, once it picks up that you have submitted everything, maybe it needs to be active so that it flashes that now you've submitted, press here. I don't know. Because technology is your friend and it's actually not your friend either. But if you do that at last minute, don't do that when you're exhausted or in the middle of the night. Things disappear on the computers in the middle of the night. Do that when you're rested. Have all your paperwork on the side. Maybe have a list of those documents and then tick off when you've attached everything. Make sure that that the right certifications have happened, ID documents, everything. Like just have that list on the side. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage you to please, please, please come back tomorrow. What we've also realized here as well is some of the projects may fall out of the mandatory and discretionary grants framework, right? Is that the right word to use there? Ms. Heidi looking at me like, okay. There's another program called Partnerships, and I know that the group that's here today, you understand what that is. So tomorrow we're going to be speaking partnerships. We're going to be speaking accreditations and moderations. I encourage you to sit through for that as well. Another very important conversation we're going to be having is what we call a commitment register. Retained funds and grant recovery is going to be done by a finance manager or senior manager for finance, Mr. Mkhupudi Pule, who will be joining us virtually tomorrow. Monitoring and evaluation. Remember, we spoke to when you now have your learners, we really do want to see where they are being trained, and if you really do exist, it's part of our due diligence processes, as well as all the other documentation that you'd have given us. And then if there's anyone that needs assistance with their on-site grant applications, where we can, we'll definitely assist. If not, we get hold of the Solu Growth team. Unfortunately, they won't be here tomorrow, but if you still need questions, they are on the phone for us, but not 24 hours, not all the time, but they're able to help us with some of the stuff. And then the program will definitely end tomorrow. And tomorrow's day 2, we start at exactly 10 a.m. tomorrow, just to give an opportunity to get, kids ready for school and just to get here on time and all of that. I know in the program that you might have been sent, it's at 9:30, but we changed it later. So 10 o'clock tomorrow, we expect to see all of you back in here. If there's other more people that you think will benefit from that information, please do extend it to them. Very important part of the day tomorrow. And I guess on that note, I worked on this presentation very hard. Why isn't it moving? Okay. On that note, we will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. I think that is us for today. And the spirit of Ubuntu, they always say we are because you are. And I think a lot of the work that you do, it might go unnoticed in your own little corner, but just understand, the value that it has towards a sustainable country and a country that can grow economically and compete globally when we, work together. So on that note, Baya Danki, we will see you tomorrow if there's no more questions. And yeah, thank you so much for your time. We really, really do appreciate it. And we'll see you tomorrow, Cape Town. Thank you.